Good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, May 14th, 2021. Today is our official budget wrap-up where City Council will make changes to the proposed budget that was presented to us on April 1st, 2021 as per charter. At this time, I would like to start on page 3. I'm going to ask council members to look down that page, and if there's any suggestions or changes they'd like to make, to please make them now.
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat.
how are we going to do this as far as when we want to speak? Are we going to raise our hands like this and you go in order?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. That's how we're going to do that. So I'll just leave my hand raised. And,
Go ahead. You're first, Councilman Muscat.
I got the first for Act 345. Are we going to have the actuary report for the entire program, which includes how they put in the drop program on it? Because without an actuary report, containing everything, and I mean everything, I don't know how we can vote on this, or not vote on it, but to approve it.
Who are
That would be
you
one.
directing that towards, Councilman?
Pardon me?
Who is the individual?
Well, whoever could answer that. I mean, if it's the comptroller or the treasurer or whomever, whoever handles that situation.
Councilwoman Hicks Clayton, is that you? If I mean, shake your head yes if that's something you can answer. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if you had. Go ahead, unmute.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer your question directly, moving forward, we've had discussions on this particular subject with the administration, with the secretary for the Act 345 board right now, which is Mr. Riley, as you know, and they're getting a new administrator. So that person's coming on board here soon. They're in the hiring process right now, but moving forward, we know that one, that all has to be separated, first of all, and two, the healthcare portion needs to have that type of actuarial reporting for accuracy, so you can properly levy a millage as far as what's needed for Act 345. So right now, we're working on that process and getting that in place, and talking to a company, I think it's Maximum, that would do that type of service for us, because it needs to be an independent third party.
Well, if we don't have it, how can we approve something when we don't have the information?
And I cannot answer that for you. That would be the comptroller and the budget team. Hopefully, thank you for lowering my hand.
Okay, I'm going to unmute the comptroller then, because if that's his, and this is only going to, go ahead, please.
Okay, a couple of things. I mean, when we're talking about healthcare, the healthcare portion of it, the way healthcare is normally figured out in systems, different organizations, municipalities, is basically they get it up off of looking at what last year's costs were, last year's claims, and they move it forward to this year estimated based on last year. If there's any inflation or any cost increases, they increase it by that percentage. It's an estimate in that way. And so they adjust for any overages or, I guess discounts that they would have had the year before in the coming year. So you never get the price exactly before you set the price. It's kind of an educated guess, but it's usually, and if you look at historically what they've guessed, it's been pretty close. So, I mean, it's not like you get the number and then you know the exact amount to do the millage for. You don't have an exact number until after. So it's kind of a year delayed before you have the exact number for the year before.
It's $1.5 million more. I mean, that's not close.
Yeah, well, I mean, with this last year, we had the COVID we were going through, so things are all screwed up. So it's not going to be the most accurate thing that happened.
Can we get that changed for future times to have this ready for budget season? I don't see how anybody can budget anything if they don't know what it's going to cost them.
Well, we can get estimates in what we believe it's going to cost. And then, for instance, when you're doing next year's budget, you look at what the results were for this year, and we base next year's on what we did this year. I mean, that's how every healthcare, every insurance type of system works. They're all based on like last year's, and we see if we had any, overages or unders, and then
I
we
mean,
adjust.
$500,000 would be good, but it's $1.5 million.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as we get any kind of reports or anything, we can get them to you guys and put them in your hands. So there's as much transparency. As soon as we get them, we can get it to you. I mean, that's not a
6 years ago,
problem.
when I first started, we were looking at $3.5–4 million. And 6 years later, we're at 12.486 million or $485.6 million.
$4 million more.
Getting out of hand, but without an actuary report, I'm feeling a little bit kind of scared.
No,
But,
I understand. And what we were doing, and it doesn't reflect in the budget you're looking at, but over this coming year before next year's budget, we're segregating the 345 information so you can see it more accurately, how the revenue's coming in and how it's going out. So we're going to try to set it up so that it's more clear and transparent for you guys to be able to see it and follow it.
And what about, we'll go down and 101,000,580.966 contributions from Act 345. We went from 35,000 all the way to 57,000. What are the contributions?
Let me see.
101.
I mean, you probably want
John Riley told it. Yeah, John Riley told us it's 68,475. Just FYI.
Well, what is it for?
Let me see here. Contributions. 1 second. What was the GL number again? I'm sorry.
101,000,580.966.
Yeah.
Okay. Geez, we did just talk about this. I'm trying to think if this is. I got the updates from John Riley, and we had a conversation about it. And this specific, I'd have to get back to you guys on that, like the breakdown of each individual, the contribution. I want to see
that we're charging citizens, and we don't know what we're charging them for. I mean, I can't go tell somebody, well, you're paying for this, and say, yeah, I don't know what you're paying for.
Yeah. No, I get that. We can get that information to you if they're. I want to say if John is here, he would probably.
If we can get it before our next meeting, that would be okay.
Okay. Okay. The contribution for Act.
Okay. Council Chair, do you mind if I?
Okay, you are next, Councilman.
Yeah, I just want to address it because it's regarding this specifically. So, Mr. Jawad, the John Riley had told us at the time, this is a couple meetings back, he said the amount would be not 57,000. He said it's a correction, 68,475.
But I still want to know what it's for.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll get that for you. Yeah. I don't know if anybody else is familiar with that line item. I talked to him about it, but to be honest with you, right now it's not in my notes that I had. So I can get it for you.
Thank you.
I do see a lot of hands going up. I will not be calling on you unless the question is directly related to you or you are a council person. Just to give you a heads up, I'm not going to call on anybody that's not a council person, or if the comptroller feels that someone can help them answer this. I know Shantae is in your office. Would you like her to help answer that?
Yeah, if she's online, yeah, she was working on 345 with me as well.
Okay,
So
I will unmute her because she is part of your office. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Morning.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning,
Yes.
Shantae.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure. I was actually raising my hand back when Councilman Muscat was speaking on the 12,485,632, because I don't know when to properly address this, but we are no longer requesting that. We're requesting the 11,280,832 due to the actual number from the actuary for employer contributions, which he's right. Prior to, we had an estimate. Now we have an actual number that went down about $1 million. I don't know the proper time to address that, or, so I just wanted to raise my hand and say, he's right. There is a different number, and I don't know how that works. But
Can she repeat the number, please?
11,280,832, and that was based on the employer contribution, which changed in account 101, 200, 722. That number changed to 5,121,511.
Final numbers, 5,121,511.
Yes. And
Net
you'll see
line item is
prices.
100-200-722.
Correct.
Page is that on?
Wait a minute, that's not on page 3. We are getting off track here.
Well, that's so just so you know, Act 345 is the 100,000,402,010, the 12 million that he's asking about. The only reason I'm telling you that is because it's a few items that are added together to get that total. That
Okay,
being
gotcha.
one of them, which changed. So, and then in regards to the contribution from Act 345, I do agree on having John Riley to give the more accurate information. However, it has to do with I believe it has to do with our department. They're factoring in like our salaries and a portion of how much time we put into working on the pension. So it's like 10%. I want to say it's like 10% of my salary, 10% of Vadri's salary, and some other things. But because I don't have it right in front of me, I'll let him give you that accurate information. But I do believe that is what he discussed during the pension meeting when he gave the breakdown of it.
Yeah, the cost that they allocate from 345 to our department for helping with it.
Thank you.
Mr. Jamal, I'm going to lower your hand one last time. At this time, this is specifically for the comptroller's office. Unless someone calls on you, we will only be entertaining city council members. I just want to let you know that. At this time, I have Councilman Abdullah. Are you done with?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I have Councilman Abdul Haq. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I want to start with the 11,280,832. I would like the controller, please, before the 25th next meeting to approve the budget, detailed list of what this number contains in detail for each item.
It would,
I want to be clear where this money is going and for what it is going.
what item was that again? I'm sorry.
The Act 345,
Okay,
Shante said it was changed to 11,280,832. And I like to know before the 25th of May, our next meeting to approve the budget.
okay.
I would like you to provide the city council with detailed numbers. How much go into each fund exactly or approximately?
Okay, now we have Shantae, who is part of the comptroller's office. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to let him know that we do already have that broken down in detail, so we can get that
We'll-
over to
we'll
you
get
as
it
soon as
done.
possible.
That's what he's
Great.
asking.
Yes,
Yeah, well-
I really like to know exactly
Yes.
what we are approving because this number next year is going up and the year after is going up. I don't
Yes.
want to end up at one time, we cannot afford it. I want to make sure that we are on the right track and we can afford these payments.
Councilman, we'll get it to you as soon as we can. We will get it to you soon. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, the 57,000, to the best of my knowledge, Act 345 prevent any member of the pension board of receiving any compensation. Mr. Riley is on the board and he is receiving compensation for his work. So what they did is to basically have him get paid from the city so they do not violate the law, and they compensate us with that number. And this is including portion of the controller work and I believe anybody else. So that's why that $68,000 is there.
Perfect.
Now, there is, one second, please. The cable, I believe Lisa and the controller are working on basically separate all these numbers and put them in separate fund. And I read Mrs. Clayton's email that she only has $923,000 in the PEG. I disagree with her. When I was a treasurer, I invested 800,000, which is going to be mature on the 18th of May in a CD. And I believe I left over $300,000 in the fund. So her number does not match with the actual. I would like the controller, the treasurer to work to see the general ledger, what was spent and what was spent on, to make sure that all the money in the PEG is counted for.
Have Treasurer Hicks Clayton has an answer for you. Go ahead, please.
Well, I think I just want to make a correction. I thought you said 900, but it was 900,000 what was used to open the original account, the bank account for PEG money in October. 800,000 of that is invested with an investment coming due May 18th with $1,000 interest. I outlined all this in the email, which leaves in the account 100,000, but we just made a deposit on Wednesday of 23,000 and some odd change. So now I know Councilman raises a discrepancy or a difference. I'm not aware of what that is, but I have relayed that on because that what the bank balance is matches the book balance, which is a general ledger. So
No.
you're sharing a different amount. And
No, Madam Treasurer and Madam Chair, I believe we had 890,000 in 2019. That came from the mayor's own mouth at that time. And we received 200, almost in 80,000 in 20 and 21. So I would like you, please, to go back to the general ledger and see what expenses, happened and what is really the actual number. That was the money used for something else, as it was, for the last 15 years. And don't forget, there is a judgment, order by a federal judge not to use that money for salaries. So if it was used for salaries, I would like that money to come back to that fund because the public has the right to use that money because they paid it for a specific thing.
right. And I agree with you. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just want to say we agree and taking a look at that history and looking at all revenues and all expenditures for that, because that is restricted funds. We would go back through and do that. I was just sharing what the bank balance is today. Thank you.
And you have on the next page 4.
Are we done with page 3 before we move on?
Yeah, I am done with page 3, yes.
Okay, is everybody else done with page 3? Because I have one more person to speak on that page before we move on.
Okay, they can go ahead.
Okay, Councilman Constant, did you have something on page 3?
Yeah, briefly. Councilman Muscat was asking about an actuary report. There is no actuary report. As we all know, the city self-insured for the healthcare. It's administered by Blue Cross with the help of Plant Moran. So the human resources or Plant Moran or Blue Cross, they would have those exact numbers, but no actuary report was done that I know of. So one doesn't exist. Thank you.
So would Director Perry like to weigh in on that for HR or?
Sure, thank you. So with regards to the healthcare, it is broken up in that Fund 200 deeper in, and you'll see it's $4.2 million is what it was budgeted, which was what last year was as well. And I believe the year before. So that money hasn't actually gone up, what the request is. With regards to actuarial, so that's for retiree, what we do the actuarial study for. It's for like long-term retiree, what you have to invest so that way you have that amount. Okay, so that's what you've been accustomed to in the past. We are looking into this number to back it up so that way you know exactly, and we are working on a process that every month we will be able to track, come up with a better system in which we're systematically tracking this on a monthly basis so we can look at this year over year and over, the entire, span of someone's career. So that's what we're working on. We are working with Maximus, whoever mentioned that, Treasurer Hicks Clayton is correct. We're working with Maximus. That's going to help us do better allocations, distribute the overhead better so that we have facts to back up those numbers.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Muscat, you've already spoken. Is this in regards to a different line item?
No, thank you. I'm
Okay,
done.
Councilman Abdul Haq, you've already spoken on this
Yes,
issue?
I just missed one question if you.
Okay, go
allow.
ahead then.
Okay, there was a leftover from levy on Act 345, $553,000 from the healthcare last year. Can Elizabeth or the controller tell us where is that money? Did they account this year for that overcharge? Because there is a $3.8 million according to our calculation from the state in a Plant Moran audit report. Over the years, the administration over-levied over $3.8 million on that item, the healthcare.
Okay, I've asked Shantae to unmute herself. She does have her hand up. She is the comptroller's office. Go ahead, please.
This may not be the exact answer, so if Liz has her hand up, you might want to go with her. But again, as she stated, we are working on a better formula and way to calculate that insurance. And we do believe that it's going to be actually lower this time. And so the 500,000, it'll probably be about that much lower. But again, we're speaking ahead of time in working on actually doing the calculations. But I believe you may be correct. I believe that it may be lower. And so right now we have that. So in the breakdown we send you, you'll see we have about 3.6 in the health insurance, not quite sure right now. And then we put like 561,000 in a contingency.
Thank you.
And so we're working on it.
That's what I wanted to add. I like to see that contingency just in case we go over, but
yes,
at least we track that money. Thank you, Madam
Controller,
Chair.
you had your hand up. Did you have anything further?
No, I mean, that pretty much answered it. And I mean, the healthcare, we're in a corrective action plan where we have some contributions that are going to pay off some of that healthcare to, but other than that, yeah, Shantae answered it exactly correct.
Okay.
Thank
Also
you.
addressed to HR, Sabota Perry. Did you want to answer anything further on that?
No, I think everyone's pretty much said we're going in the right direction. We are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Are we done on page 3? Everybody agrees?
Yes.
Let's move on to page 4. Any discussion on anything on page 4?
Madam Chair.
Sure, Councilman Abdul Haq, go ahead, please.
Yes, there is item 911 reimbursement, 300,000. It's item 101-000-636-040.
Okay, found it.
Okay, that's a 300,000. I assume this is a restricted fund. What this fund is used for? Does it go to the general government, or it's used for dispatch, or what else it could be used for?
So that would possibly be a police question. Is that who you're?
Whoever can answer it, that's
You
fine.
need to tell me who you want to answer it.
The chief
are we-
of police, the chief of police will do.
Okay, we do have Chief Myers in here. Go ahead, Chief.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello, Council Chair.
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So the 911 cell phone that has will be used
Chief, you're coming in and out, chief.
Hold on a minute. Let me tell him so we don't have.
for the payment of dispatch, whether it's benefits, whether it's computers, that money.
Hey, Chief, I'm really sorry. We have a bad connection. We're hearing maybe every fifth word.
Okay, sorry, there's not much I can do. I'm in a passenger seat of a car. It's used exclusively for dispatch. So that's all it can be used for. And in the past decade, that's all it's ever been used for.
Okay, thank you. You came through
thank you,
clear
Chief.
now.
Am I still?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Okay. We have district court revenues. We have, and that is 101,000,655000. We have 2,825,000, and we are short from last year around $2 million. Are we expecting this revenue to be as we stated here, or how are we going to realize that if we only collected 1,100,000 last year?
Okay, we have comptroller raising his hand. Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, we spoke to that department, and basically they said that, revenues were down 30 to 40% at least. But they're looking for it to rebound because basically they're opening back up after COVID and all that stuff. So once that's clear, revenues should go back up to what they were expecting. But this year reflected, the COVID and them not having a lot of things operating at this time. So that's why it shows us being down that much.
Okay, the same thing for 101,000,068,000. Reimbursement from water department. We are short around $450,000, 620,635. Are we going to be able to recover that amount of money?
Honestly, I mean, from what my notes were basically when we talked to the water department, and that they basically said that they anticipated coming back. But again, this was one of those things where, depending on what happens, it's not 100%, kind of an estimated guess, but that's what they were anticipating the numbers being at. So, I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Mr. Jawad, are
Yes,
we
sir.
expecting this budget, those revenues to be met, or are we going to be in the negative? Is it
We're
going to be
expecting-
balanced?
Yeah, we're expecting this year for things to rebound and for it to be balanced. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, next we have Councilman Muscat. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I see, first of all, I want to say that the 911 reimbursement, I didn't know that was going to be a restricted fund. Is there a way we can show that as a restricted fund, or just leave it the way it is? I mean,
Treasurer, or I have Treasurer Hicks or Comptroller. Who would you like to answer that? Councilman Muscat,
either one.
or are you directing it towards? Give me a person.
We'll do it with the treasurer.
Okay, go ahead, Treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. To answer your question, and I want council to know this, you're going to have a resolution coming on your next agenda. I hope to have that added, that there are several restricted accounts, including the 911, the dispatch, the cable reimbursements, the PEG balance, the EPA, the sanitation, and the admin, the 1% fee. Those are all restricted funds that have they're separated on the GL, but they're not in the bank side, which is our treasurer side. We're going to be opening new accounts, but we have to have your permission by resolution, and you'll see that coming because they do need to be separated. We need to be able to have all expenditures coming in. You can see that in the account, and all revenues coming in, and any payments going out, the expenditures should be separated. We should see that in the bank account as well as the general ledger, which is the comptroller side. So to answer your question, yes, we're working through that now, and you're going to see that in the next agenda. Thank you.
And one
Thank
more,
you.
if you don't mind, Council Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Demolition charges, 101-000-640.000. If we got it at 50,000, but yet on page 3, we have demolition permits. Isn't that all combined, or? And then, on page 3, we
So
got it
what
set at
department would that
50,000.
be? Okay, Councilman Muscat, which department are you?
That would be
addressing
building
first?
engineering, I believe.
Okay, do we have someone here from building department?
It's a small amount.
Doesn't matter if it's small, it's still money.
Madam
Right,
Chair,
right.
Do we have, are you talking about Director Dishroom? Or
No,
are
that
you
would be
talking
building
about?
engineering, it'd be
Rick
Rick
Waitland.
Waitland.
I'm not seeing him in here. He should be in here because this is budget wrap up. I don't know if he's under a different name.
Let me see.
Is that something we should eliminate till we get the question answered?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then we're gonna
Madam-
eliminate that line item. Read it
Well,
off
not
again.
eliminate,
Madam
can-
Chair,
we
Madam
can get-
Chair.
Wait, point of order. Councilman Muscat has got the floor. Go ahead, Councilman.
I don't
What
want
is
it
the item number
omitted.
again, or the
I
line
don't want it
number?
omitted, just if we can get the question answered before Tuesday, before our next meeting would be fine.
Yeah, but see, that's not gonna work. We need those answered today. This is the budget wrap up. We're not making any changes past today.
Well,
Unfortunately, that's what this is about.
Is there another person who can maybe answer it other than Mr. Waitland?
Madam Chair,
Is there a way we can get a hold of Mr. Waitland and have him come in onto this meeting?
The only thing I can do is call him.
This is the final budget wrap up. This is the day we make any changes, add or subtract or keep it the same. We can't be pushing things off to next week because we do have a deadline.
I'm gonna call him and see if he can get in. And
Madam Chair.
I don't know if somebody else can answer it. Maybe Councilman Abdel Haq has something on it, but I'm not sure.
But that's the building department and that's
Rick.
not,
Pretty much can be in it. Can you get on the city, our budget wrap-up meeting? We have questions. You're supposed to be on a Zoom meeting for our budget wrap-up. Yes, yeah. So if you can get on, we've got a question. All right, thank you.
yeah, we are keeping the questions specifically to the department they are involving.
Yeah, Council Chair Rick Waitland said he's going to join us, so if somebody could keep an eye on him coming in.
Okay, at this time, we will. All
And then
right.
we can go forward with anybody
We'll go
else's
forward and
question.
come back when he comes, just as long as we get it answered today. That's the main thing. That's the whole purpose of this meeting. All right, next I have Councilman Abdullah.
Madam Chair, I had a question. I'm not sure who would be able to answer it. And this is in regards to 10100068000, towards the bottom of the page on the left-hand side, page 4. This is reimbursement water department, I was trying to understand why the water department would be reimbursing us 620,000, what exactly it's for. And I'm
Okay.
not sure if it's the controller or the treasurer's.
All right. Who would we want? Controller or treasurer? Raise your hand if you would like to answer, if you have an answer for that.
What was the number on that? 688?
It's one reimbursement water
101.
department.
It's
Yeah,
101-000-680.000. The amount is 620,635.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your,
Okay, comptroller, you've got the answer?
okay, well, yeah, I mean, I showed basically when we were in the discussions, this is basically the water sewerage money that comes back to reimburse the general fund for anything that we pay, from what I understand. So I mean, this is how they set up these GLs before I got here. So, you know, some of them, the names aren't really, you know, as explanatory as they probably could be. But you're probably gonna notice, like Treasurer Lisa mentioned, Hicks, that we're creating a bunch of new GLs and accounts to basically segregate some of these accounts so they're clearer to read and understand. But that's my understanding of what this GL represents. It's the water sewerage money that's reimbursed to the city.
Would Director Selmy know maybe the answer?
Probably, yeah.
I've got Director Selmy in here. I'm gonna unmute him. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My take on that is that those are costs that general fund activities, you know, payroll, HR, finance, those functions, the water department pays back to those, you know, for those activities, right? So, you know, the HR department is involved, finance, you know, across the board. Those are reimbursements for time charged to that account. The formula that's based on, I couldn't tell you that, but that is pretty typical in operations in cities.
Okay, thank you.
I do have Shantae is in the comptroller's office, and it was addressed to them too. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Director Selmy pretty much answered the question. I was just going to confirm that it is payroll expenses, gas and diesel reports, water and DPW splits. Splits are like between, we have some admin costs that's in there. So it's a part of the inter fund, and we from the general fund cover those expenses at first, and then the water department reimburses us. And Ray Muscat, I know that was a while ago that he was asking about the activity. It has since increased significantly, and it will increase again for April, May, and June. Those funds will be added as well, but it is reimbursement from the water department for gas and diesel, payroll, water and DPW splits, those type of things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Abdalhak, you've already spoke. And also Councilman Muscat, you have too. Is there something further you wanted to
Well,
discuss?
on the same subject as this.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I've got Councilman Abdalhak first.
No,
Yes, that's fine.
I leave it for the director of building to answer the question which Ray asked about the demolition charge.
Sure. Yeah, we're waiting for him to come in. He's not here yet. Go ahead, Councilman
Now that
Muscat.
we're, you know, in the process of getting new water meters, I'm sure they're going to be smart meters. Isn't that contribution going to go down, since we're not going to be paying out as much as for water readers and billing and that sort of thing? Because I would think that the new water meters should bring down the cost of that. That's you know, something that
There's a cost to install them though, you know, the
well, I
first year.
understand that, but that's got nothing to do with the cost of installing. Our bond is going to take care of that. Okay, so, you know, when we go to smart meters, it should bring the cost down, the reimbursement from the water department. That's what I'm going to be looking at very closely here in the very near future.
Okay, John, Director Selmy has something to weigh in on that. Go ahead, please.
Yep, thank you. So I think kind of confusing the two issues, not issues, but matters. The reimbursement for operations that are related to water and sewer, such as administration work, right? So payrolls, benefits, coordinations, all those items are the things that are paid back to general fund to reimburse general fund activities. The water meter, the water billing staff is built directly into the water budget. They are paid out of the water fund. So there's nothing, to the best of my knowledge, that is charged back to general fund.
Yeah, I'm under the contention that, we have people doing this work. We have X amount of people and they all get paid a salary. And then all of a sudden now their salary doesn't seem like it's enough. And we have, $620,000, and that's up and over what they're going to be making on a normal basis. Work is work. It doesn't matter if you're working for that department or this department. That's the way I look at it.
I don't disagree, but that's just the system that's been in place.
Well, just because it's been in place doesn't make it right. There's things that we can change to save money to the citizens and everything. And to me, when you have a working crew, their job assignment for one day happens to be this, and the next day it happens to be water. To me, it's just it's wooden nickels. But yet we're charging the residents for administration costs that doesn't seem fair to me. And I'm one of those people paying for it. So I look at that in a way that you're capturing double and triple what people are making just to make ends meet, and that's just not fair to the residents. That's how I feel about it.
Comptroller needs to chime in on that.
Yeah, hi. In addition to what Director Salmi said, I know Mr. Jamal has some input on this topic. If it's possible to unmute him, he's been working with us too as part of the budgetary team at the comptroller's office.
I'm sorry, but is this directly related to a grant? Because he is the grant writer, and we're trying
he's also the
avoid
compliance.
confusion.
He's also the budget and compliance on a member of the membership.
Okay, all right, no
Awesome.
problem then.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Go ahead, Mr. Jamal. I apologize, I did not know that. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everybody. That was in the resolution, Madam Chair. You approved the resolution that I am the Grant and Budget Compliance Director. The division is under the mayor. So I do have a double duty, and also I have special assignment by the mayor that also in the body of your resolution. So you establish that particular division of the function of the city under the mayor. So that's how I function. So my duty is being under that particular division assignment, like the mayor assigned me for a special a project like the water, like the sidewalk. I'm working with the city engineer on it, and also, assigned me to other special project. In addition to being working with Director Badri, also Director Elizabeth, also Shantae, the deputy, and the treasurer, specifically in regard to separating the account. We've been in discussion, probably hundreds of emails. Anyway, and we did work together as a team to rearrange the way the budget that some of the council members, and especially you too in the past, need to be. Let's go back to the water. Mr. Selmi is correct. Director Selmi is correct. There is a reimbursement for work done by DPW to the water department or to water division and sewer division that right now is done. And I agree with, again, Director Selmi, that it's done based on percentage sometimes based on some calculation by the human resources on how much, the salaries and the coefficient of the fringe benefit to the salary. We are finding out together that that particular way of doing that, it's not really working very well, because at the end of the year, fiscal year, you end up just moving a block of money from here to there, and there is no documentation for that. And we be cited by Plant Moran for as long as you can remember, maybe 10 years, that we don't have a system of allocation updated to today. So again, you know, that created a problem for the treasurer, because the treasurer now short of cash, and she had to move, and she consulted me on that to rush the controller to do something so we can move a couple $100,000 from the water fund into the general fund. This is gonna all change. Councilman Muscat, you know, you called me, we had discussion, you know, professionally according to my job. And I explained, you know, some of that, and thank you for bringing this up. There is a system now being put together, and I'm gonna explain this in less than a minute. Right now, we find out from Director Sabota that there is inner functional, you know, union, you know, inner relationship between the people who works in both departments. So by having that inner connection, we need to accommodate, you know, that union agreement. We can't just say this is here, this is there. They have the right to move around. Because of that, we are working with Maxima right now. You know, me and Director Sabota, to create a coefficient of the French benefit that can reflect the reality of the cost. I believe the water fund and the sewage fund being charged less than what is supposed to. I think maybe it's more, we want to find out the clarity of it is that Maxima will do a coefficient. So the city will, the Department of Public Works will provide the services, you know, those what we call the direct and indirect services. So the direct services where we can charge directly under the accounting, you know, practices to the water and sewage fund, we do it directly. Like if we are, you know, buying equipment, buying things like Director Silmy want to buy for the water department, those are charged directly. For the cost of the labor, we cannot do it probably most likely after we talk and we bring it to you. We cannot charge the water fund for work that's done to the water department based on the supervision, based on how Director Silmy want to handle that by invoicing the water fund for the people based on the work. It's going to be a very easy one schedule every day. The supervisor says, I work that much. They add the coefficient of the employees. We end up with what we call inner invoicing. Inner invoicing. Right now, we don't do inner invoicing. Right now, we do percentile. That's way back in the 60s, in the 70s. Now we are in the 21st century. So we cannot do an inner invoicing that Director Selmy will get from his supervisors how much, you know, the DPW worked for the water fund. He sign it every month, tally it, bring it to the controller. It will be processed, account payable. It goes to the process. It goes to the treasurer, Ms. His Clayton. She enter it and move it annually without issuing a check. The only thing here is we're not issuing a check for a vendor, outside vendor. We are making allocation between funds that done through the Treasury Department. We already talked about it. The system is in place. It just needs the implementation. The mayor directed us, and personally me, when I was, you know, appointed, that Hassan, we need to do what we have to do to make an internal control transparent so we can answer the state. We have an issue with inner funding allocation, Madam Chair. We have, you know that, and we have issue with also, you know, invoicing and tracking that. You are working with the forensic auditor. You know that very well. So we need to fix that. We are already, virtually, we are already fixing that. You can have probably in a month or two, I don't know, it takes time, an internal policy, procedures, and we are going to bring it to you for approval. So, and this is going to happen before the election. So you will have input in it before the new election. So to answer all of your questions and a little bit of more explanation, yes, Councilman Abdul Haq, yes, Deputy Council Chair or Council Chair Pro Tem, Mr. Abdullah, yes, we are working and we already find a solution for the 345. Every penny is going to be counted. Whether the board of Act 345 is going to approve it or not, that's not a problem. The board of Act 345 now approves to us the pension portion of it and give you an actual report. You already have the actual report, and the actual report says 5,200,000 whatever. Now the healthcare, it's our site. We, the city, calculating the healthcare, and the healthcare, it's going to be calculated, and you are going to be provided in the way we are calculating that. We're going to bring to you a resolution about maxima and the calculation by 25. I assure you personally, as a director for the compliance, that everything's going to be in compliance. And my assurance is up to 98%. We will be talking to Plant Moran, for a few things that in terms of, progressing in the charting, and they can look at it before we give it to you at the 25. If you have any other question, please, Madam Chair, when I raise my hand, I thank you very much. I appreciate what you're doing. You're trying to move on, but I've been involved with this process since day one. The budget that being given to you, I did not look at it. I was late in that. They involved me after this was coming to you. And by the way, that what you are doing today is great, but at the end, it's the mayor budget. So what you are making contribution right now, it's going to be taken not seriously. It's going to be taken and indicated in your budget. But at the end, this budget is the mayor budget. It's the executive branch of this city budget. It may not be the same way you like it, but you have 4 votes. You can put it down or you can approve it. The mayor budget is the mayor budget. It's not the city council budget until you approve it. It becomes a combination between the administrative, legislative. So thank you for what you're doing today. But at the end, it's the mayor budget. And the mayor cannot decide how he's going to present the budget to you. Thank you, Madam Chair, by also allowing us to go onto June, the first Monday of June. So if we need not to present it to you, but in May 25th, please allow us, if we need that, work with us to present it like before. So if 3, 4, 5 days sometime is very important for this, budget. We inherited no institutional knowledge in this department. 4 controllers, in few years, overturned. So nobody built that institutional knowledge, Madam Chair. You know that very well. That's why you approved the forensic audits. So we don't have in the city now institutional knowledge and specifically for Dearborn Heights in the controller office. So I mean, it's fair to say that this controller, and his staff doing a perfect job in that one. I needed to know that, Madam Chair, and everybody else. We're trying to put together, a very fractured process that nobody in the 4 years was able to stay. 1, Lobo, 2, Vance, 3, the last one, and now we have 4th one in less than 3 years. That's absolutely unheard of in any municipality to have that much overturned in the controller office. That's why the mayor was really grace about this. He noticed that. maybe because he was on the council and immediately formed that budget team. We are 5 of us. Everybody is involved, including, the treasurer from her side. So we are not working like one person. We are a very dynamic executive budget team. And I thank the mayor for seeing that. And I also, appreciate what I call the, director of administrative affairs. We have an administrative affairs division right now under the mayor doing a good job. The dynamic of that particular division was created by itself,
Council Chair, we're getting
great.
off.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilman, please do not
I
interrupt.
really appreciate the time you give me. So this is good in this wrap up. As you know, me and you, we have a very good relationship in terms of working. We did a lot of things before, and we all kind of work together. It's the benefit for the city, Madam Chair, and all of you. Sometimes, I go a little bit over because I like to explain to the public. And thank you for really tolerating that. I'm not against anybody. I'm not after anybody. I am after the truth. I'm trying to educate when I can. I'm trying to correct when it's necessary. So thank you for approving this position. And thank you for the mayor for appointing me. And have a great day.
Thank you very much. At this time, Grant Writer Jamal has told us exactly what his job is. So in the future, if we're on a line item in the actual budget and you have a question specifically for him, please address him so we can allow him to answer it as we go along. At this time, Treasurer Hicks Clayton wants to chime in. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be really brief. I just want to clarify because I heard something. The cash flow is the treasurer's responsibility, and I track that. I have the estimated forecast for all revenue, all expenditures. I know what big payments are coming up. Towards the end of the fiscal year, things get a little tight. We're near the end. We have 2 really large payments coming up for the pension system. One's over $6 million, 6.5. The other one's 1.5. That's the contributions. So with that, I am tracking this. What happened? I want to talk about the interface very briefly. And I know Councilman Muscat, this is very important to you and all of our council members. I noticed that those were not being, that money that's owed back to general fund, which is an important part of cash flow, was not happening. We were not consistent that I did our office did a complete audit on that, internal audit, and found that there were months that did not happen. So now we're going back through working with the comptroller's office. And I want you to know there, thank you to the comptroller as well as the deputy comptroller. We're getting that all caught up, which I know Ms. Shantae Williams mentioned. But most importantly, we need that internal system, internal control. And that's been flagged because that should never happen. Because yes, ultimately it would affect us. Like this month alone, we caught up on $2 million that was owed to general fund. And you could see the impact on that. So I'm going to tell you that is a very important subject. I want to reassure the council, you're going to see that as the Director Jamal had mentioned, we are working through that. But our office, once I was in this office, I noted that immediately that again, that money wasn't getting paid back. So it is being addressed and we are seeing that. I just wanted to shed light. We are not short, but we would have been. But we're being addressed and we're not short on our cash flow. The end of the fiscal year, we're looking at a little over $1.5 million if things go as planned. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to call on Councilman Baydoun because everyone else has spoken at least once. So I'm going to give him a chance to speak. Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I wasn't raising my hand. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're
I appreciate you though. Thank you.
All right. Now I have Councilman Abdelhak, Councilman Constant, and Councilman Muscat. You have all raised your hand once and spoke. I'm going to start with you each again to see if you have anything additional to add. Councilman Abdelhak.
I have a question to the treasurer. How confident she is that we're going to have enough cash flow by the end of June 30th without going back and borrowing any money from any other fund?
Thank you. Treasurer Hicks Clayton, would you like to answer that?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councilman Abdel Haq, for that question. As you know, when you were in this position in this office, there is that cash flow report. When I look at my cash flow, and I do keep it current and updated, as I mentioned, once we're recovering these interfunds that is owed to general fund, as of, and this includes after the $6.5 million payment in June, we're looking at a ending balance of $1.6 million, and that's a positive balance, not negative. So, and that is with all expenditures included. That's payroll, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, Central Wayne Sanitation, all the debt payments, scheduled debt payments, those are paid. Again, the big one is gonna be the 115 trust fund contribution. Again, that's that 6.5 million I was talking about. It's coming up in June. That's why I watch the cash flow as closely as I do, including making sure any investments that are general fund are being liquidated in a timely fashion and fluid, so we have that money that belongs to general fund. Again, the answer is positive. As of the end of June, 1.6 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Councilman Constant. Would you like to add anything extra?
Well, I have
You've
a
already spoke
question.
once.
Quickly, so the water fund is an enterprise fund. As Councilman Musket always brings up, whenever equipment for DPW or somebody's salary is charged to water, Plant Moran, when they calculate what the rate should be, they take in all those charges. I thought going forward we were not going to do that, but my question is, what is this maximus? Plant Moran gives us what they estimate should be the rate. And as we know, Councilman Musket, it's always an increase, but why is the city having Maximus? What is Maximus calculating and doing?
Okay, I do believe Director Jamal is the one that brought that up, so I will allow him to answer that question. Go ahead, I've asked you to unmute. Oops, sorry, I muted you by mistake again. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to answer Councilman Constant. Councilman Constant, the water rate is regulated by a city regulation under MCL. I don't know off my head. It is very detailed regulation for the water rate. The water rate has nothing to do, or let's first answer you about Maxima and Weight Trim. Weight Trim, they will be crossing the line of demarcation and conflict of interest if they are involved in the management they have a limited role they can help us with. Maxima, they are the ones who recommended Maxima to us. They are working with Westland and with other cities. They are very professional, very specialized in this particular one. Me and Director, as I said, Sabota, we are going to bring to you for your approval, a relationship with them. What they're going to be doing is creating a coefficient, of the fringe benefit for the employees. Right now, our coefficient, Councilman, is 0.59. So every dollar we paid as a salary, we multiply it by 0.59 or 50 or 59%. So it's about 60% charged to the salary. That's what you see on the budget fringe benefit. The state is about between 5.4, 5.7. So we are there. But in the city of Dearborn Heights, right now, the coefficient can go way above because we did not fund the health care of the retirees. So now we are paying about $2.5 million a year, divided between Act 245, the library fund, the water fund, and the general fund. That created an increase in the fringe benefit. So right now, what we 0.59, it's not the correct one. And me and Ms. Sabota, Director Sabota, we already knew that. We did it. So you are correct about that. That coefficient can be determined by Maxima correctly, including the extra benefit that we are now liable for. Remember, Constant, we have 100 160 or 170 million dollars liability for healthcare that we did not fund. And the state obligated us to do that at the 40%. So Maxima is needed, Councilman. I assure you that we will give you the best, the truth of all this, allocations, and that will be included in the water fund rate. The water fund rate calculated different than the sewage rate. And the city right now, we base it, it's okay. In the future, we may be able to separate them. We have a water fund and we have a sewage fund. Right now they are mixed. It's okay, acceptable, but we discussed that with the mayor and the mayor agreed that we need to be more transparent. So we will probably most likely able to separate them and have the water fund and have the sewage fund. So we know how much we spend for sewage and how much we spend for water. Yes, Councilman Constant.
Well, yeah, but as far as this calculation of what the fringe benefits, that expense, that's something Plant Moran can do and has been doing for years. How is Maximus different from what Plant Moran does?
I refer that to the experts in the Human Resources Director Sabota. Great functional department. Director Sabota, would you please take over and respond to Councilman Constant, why Maxima is needed and why our calculation is not done right now the way it's supposed to?
So Plant Moran has helped us do basics, but they actually recommended Maximus to us and said that they have been very successful in other areas, especially in light of the city receiving financial federal dollars with regards to grants, that we would have additional backup. So this is a comprehensive study of two type of allocations. One's the fringe benefits and one's the overhead. And so I did ask for a proposal. We are awaiting that. I don't have it yet. And then we would bring that to the city council.
So far Maximus hasn't done anything, but that's on the horizon.
Correct. So yeah, Plant Moran wanted to maintain their independence with regards to the audit. And this was one of their recommendations and what has been done by some of our neighboring communities as well.
Thank you. Yeah, because the forensic audit and all that was for the over levy, but thank you. I'm all set.
Now I have comptroller wants to chime in. Go ahead, please.
Exactly what Elizabeth said, and she said it the last couple of sentences, but basically Plant Moran recommended we use Maximus because there's a conflict in one of their departments. They could use another department, which really wasn't as specialized as Maximus, according to them. So they said they recommend that we use Maximus because that's their expertise, and they've done that for other cities and we're very successful. That's the reason we came up with Maximus.
What's the conflict?
Well, because they're doing the audit, he didn't want to, he said that he didn't feel like them recommending something, because then they couldn't really do an unbiased audit if they recommend all the things to us. So it's kind of a conflict of getting an independent auditor to do something and, them doing the actual numbers for us. Then, how are they going to audit themselves, basically? That's the issue. But he said they do have another department that they could do it, which is specialized and separated, but they recommended that Maximus was very good at this and that we should look at using them too. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions in regards to this page? We're on page number 4. I also like to say we're actually 2 pages into a budget that is over almost 50 pages and it's been an hour. So I'm going to say that I don't know if we can streamline this, but let's try and limit discussion and get to the point. At this time, we'll be here another 20 hours. Okay, next is page 5. Any questions in regards to page 5? It's pretty much cut and dry. It's city council budget. which is basically already predetermined. Okay, at this time, I'm going to move on to page 5. This is also the city council budget.
Page 6, you mean, right?
I'm sorry, page 6. You're correct. Page 6. Okay, let's move on to page 7. This is the court, 20th District Court. Now, this is for council members. This is council discussion. At this point, do
Madam
any
Chair.
council, all right, Councilman Abdul Haq.
We have court officer new, 47,03500. Can somebody tell us why they need this new position?
Okay, we do have someone from the court here. Let me find them. They were here. Does anybody find the person from the court? I'm looking.
It would be Atkins.
And she wasn't here earlier. I mean, everybody's supposed to attend these. If they don't, you know.
I don't have a contact information for them.
I mean, we can start eliminating positions if we can't get an answer on them, because we do have that authority if they're non-union. I mean, if you don't feel comfortable approving that, if it's important to them, I would have hoped they would have been here.
Madam Chair, can I call one of
Councilman
the judges?
Yeah, go ahead. If you get somebody here, let's backtrack. We have Director Waitland in here. And we got Michelle here. Hold on a minute. Go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was just had to step out for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. Councilman Abdul Haq, would you
Yeah,
like
there
to
is- yes.
ask it again?
Yes, court officer new one at 47,035. Why this is needed at this time?
Court officer new one is not, they just never changed the labeling of my positions. I had sent that was back when he was hired almost 4 years ago. So they just never changed the actual title on the budget prepared sheet. I changed it, but it never got changed on the main sheet.
So this is an existing.
Yeah, we have the everybody who is there has a filled position. We don't have any openings.
Okay, so we can remove a new.
Yes, yeah, because basically we changed our tiers up. We have it's court officer 1 and a court officer 2. So we have a 2-tier system. When they were hired, we had one who left. So when we replaced them, we changed up due to contractual things, different pay salaries, different pay upgrades, different ways we have to do it. So there's a court and the court clerks as well, the deputy court clerk, it says new as well. That is, it's just deputy court clerk 1 and it should be deputy court clerk 2.
Okay. The judges' salary, how much the state matches the city?
What their salary is currently like 130 some thousand, I believe. And so they pay the difference. Well, they reimburse the city, I believe.
Okay, thank you much.
You're welcome.
And Councilman Muscat, we
No, I
have.
lowered my hand. The question was answered.
Okay. This point, it is for council members. Comptroller, do you have something directly related to what was just discussed? Okay, go ahead, please.
Just to plug in, it's basically it's 50% subsidized for the judges by the state. That's all I had to add.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Councilman Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And briefly, probation director, that was originally 76,000. Now it's up to 80, almost 81,000. I don't know what other probation directors make, but that in Councilman Musket has a daughter that works for the State Court Administrator's Office. She might be able to have some insight on that, but that's my only comment. It's almost 81,000. That was just a few years ago, 75 or 76,000. But thank you.
Councilman Muscat, did you want to?
Yeah,
Answer
I'm
that?
looking at this and the court administrator, it's going from 79,751 to 81,3. And the probation director is going from 79,299 to 88,85, which is nothing for these people to, that's very small amount. And I remember when we first did this, gave our probation director a raise, which was before, I believe it was 4 years ago. I did contact my daughter. My daughter said, if you don't pay these people, they're going to leave. And she knows them directly. And she says, they're about the best in the state. So I see this as not even a question they deserve the raise. The little bit that we're even giving them, and it's very, very little. Okay, we're talking $1,200 or whatever it is. That's nothing.
Thanks,
Okay,
Ray. Thank
next
you.
I have Shantae in the comptroller's office. Did you want to say something?
Yes, there's one section that I wanted to address, which is the fringe benefits. Again, my first time with you all on this budget, in the budget meeting and process. So I don't know exactly where you would address fringe changes, but the fringe that you all have is different. We actually need to change it. Once we sat down, Liz, with Liz help, she showed me how to do the fringe calculation, the 59% of salary, and then we had to do FICA charges. And once I went through every department, there could be some fringe changes. Where and when would you like for me to discuss those, or should I just send them over?
The changes are to be made by council. This is a council budget meeting and we make the changes as we feel necessary.
Okay, well, so the fringe was incorrect. So I guess when do you want me to tell you when we get to a department, hey, this, the calculation was incorrect and I have a new calculation, or do you just want me to send you something?
No, you can't send it. This is a public meeting and it has to be discussed here because this is the budget. Can you tell me why these calculations are wrong and how many are wrong on this budget that was submitted to us?
I can go through. It may not be many because the one in the salaries, I believe we went off personnel sheet. So if there was something different on the personnel sheet, then it changed the fringe that I calculated. So I just went through again to just make sure I was properly calculating it.
So are you saying that this budget we have in front of us is not correct?
The fringe on this salary page is not. So I want to change.
What page are you referring back to?
We're in district court, right? So the fringe on their page it should be 550, 278. It's a little lower.
Let me find it. At page number 7?
8.
No, we're on page 7 right now.
Oh, okay. Just because we were in the department, I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no, we're going one page by page. At this time, we are on page 7. Is there any further? Well, okay, I have comptroller here. Go ahead. Did you have something on page 7 to discuss?
Yes, I actually wanted to remind you guys wanted for your city council budget, you said there was nothing on there, but you guys wanted overtime for the clerk's offices, when they attend your meetings and that. So I just wanted to remind you that was something that you guys wanted, and that was $7,500. So that was one thing that you guys actually said you wanted to do. I wanted to remind you, and that's why we added it on.
Yeah. We're already past that page.
Okay.
It was not brought up. Like I said, just because it was mentioned during the budget presentation doesn't mean we were going to do it. Today is what we are doing, and This is the final.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we are on page number 7. Does any other council members have any more to add before we go on to page number 8? At this time, we are on page number 8, and any council members have any discussion on anything in this page?
Council Chair,
Councilman Muscat, go ahead, please.
can the comptroller, Shante, give us that number again on the fringe benefits of 550?
Go ahead, Shante.
552.78.
What
278?
number is it?
I'm sorry.
It is 101, 130.
Wait a minute. Point of
I'm
order.
sorry.
So just one of you read it off.
Go
I'll
ahead,
have
Shante.
Shante since she's in
Your
the
voice is
comptroller.
oh, okay. I was gonna say his voice is a lot deeper and louder, so it's fine, but it's 101 130 726 000. And it will be taking fringe benefits. We will be lowering it to 550,278.
552.78. I
Yes.
want to make sure the clerk's office got that.
What page, Chantel?
It's page 8.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Councilman Abdallah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On 101-130-981-000, the capital outlay, I see that there is 0 suggested. Aren't they expecting any contingency or anything?
Okay, who are you directing that to?
To Michelle?
Michelle, would you like to answer that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The capital outlay, you have 0. Are you so
Yeah, I have 0.
confident that-
I'm not asking for anything at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions on page number 8? Next, we are going on to page number 9. This is the mayor's pay, which is pretty much set. And then there are changes made to administrative assistant, executive salary, and then we have director of grants.
Madam Chair.
I have Councilman Abdallah first, please. Raise your
Sorry.
hand.
My daughter is calling.
I'm sorry. Oh, so Madam Chair, we do have to address the salary situation. And I know when we went through the budgets, we had talked about how we're going to do this. And I know there's been 2 schools of thought. One school of thought is to give it to all the directors across the board. Another school of thought is individually, whether it's director or in this particular case, like administrative assistant, director of grants, etc. We're gonna have to make a decision as a council. Are we doing it across the board? Are we doing them individually? Because if it's individually, then to me, it's a lot more complex than just right now. I mean, there's things like experience, education, years in the field, you know, how much competing cities pay, quality of the job they do. To me, I would rather, and I don't know if we can, I'd rather have, me personally, I'd rather do it individually with maybe a study session or maybe 5-10 minutes in regards to each individual. Because so, for example, there's a lot of things, for example, that the mayor deals with them directly. A lot of different departments or different directors or different positions that the mayor deals with them directly. I, for example, as a council person, wouldn't be able to know how great of a job, you know, so-and-so is doing or so-and-so is doing or how qualified they are or how much they're worth. Which way are we going to do this? We're going to have to make a decision as a council as far as which way we're going to do this.
Councilman, I like the idea of a study session to discuss all the salary raises on
But
this
individually,
budget. Individually. I'd be happy to set it up next Tuesday if you want to go that route, because I think that is very important with coming out of the COVID. We're not sure where we stand financially. It's not that they don't deserve the raises, but nothing has given me the confidence that we can actually afford the amounts that are being projected in this budget.
Mhm.
And I worry about that.
And like I
mean-
said, the concern is, look, these are the taxpayers' money. I mean, I'd love to give everybody all the money they want, but the
Yeah, I
reality
know.
is we have a fiduciary duty to watch the taxpayers' money. And again, what is going to be we're going to have to make a determination as to what is the criteria that we're going to use in order to be able to give somebody a raise. And then also we have to factor in that, keep in mind that that's going to be a domino effect, because if you're giving a director a raise, now the question becomes, okay, what about the rest of the employees? What about the unions? What about the people that are working in the same department? And these are all things that are a little more complex than just, let's get so, 10, 15 or $20,000 raises.
Right. At this time, I think we should poll the council members and see if they are in agreement to having a study session next Tuesday to discover all raises on the agenda that are non-union. At this time, Councilman Constant, do you agree with having a study session next Tuesday?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to have a study session. We'll have the comparables from the other cities and, what the position is made, and
Okay, just a yes or no.
that's it. That's it.
Okay, Councilman Muscat, yes or no?
No.
Okay, Councilman Baydoun.
Yes. Madam
Okay,
Chair, I also had my hand raised.
yeah, no, I got you on that list. That's a separate list because right now we're addressing Councilman Abdullah's issue. But yeah, you are on the list. I promise you. Councilman Abdullah,
Yes.
Councilman Abdul-Haq.
Yes, but I would like to make a comment when you allow me.
Yeah, because you're next after Councilman Abdullah is done. Okay, and as far as I go, yes. So next Tuesday, we will have a study session in regards to any raises on this proposed budget that was submitted on April 1st, 2021. What time is 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock better? Let me know.
6.
6.
Is 6 o'clock agreeable to everyone pretty much?
Yes.
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 Okay, we'll do 6 p.m. next Tuesday. I will get a hold of the clerk's office to have that happen. I would like to also request resumes for everybody that's being given a raise in regards to this budget. That way it'll help us determine more, and we would like those submitted by Monday, the latest. That will help us determine their qualifications. So, and then we can go out and look and see what other cities make and kind of make a comparison. At this time, let me see. We have Councilman Abdullah. You have already spoken. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Abdul-Haq.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree with Councilman Abdullah, but I think we have to establish salary compared to all the cities around us. And I did look at the list of all the positions this morning in their salaries. Those salaries are even lower than what smaller cities are paying for this kind of positions. And I hope all the city council members will look at the email which came through for the comparable salaries. So I would like really to establish the salary of 75,000 for this position and to change this administrative assistant to be administration affairs director. So she'll
Then
have.
that would be the mayor's doing to change the title, and it has
This
to go
is-
by charter.
Yeah, this is my suggestion. It's not, something that has to be done. So I did look at Mariana's resume, and I believe she deserved the raise, but it is up to the mayor to decide how much he wants to give her. But let's establish the salary at 75, and the mayor can decide how much he wants to give her of the 75. And the same for the director of grants. Let's establish it at 76. And again, depends on how he performed. The mayor will decide with our approval how much he's going to give that position, and I hope that we make it permanent position.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, did you have something to chime in about the study session?
About the study session, yes.
Okay.
I can go ahead and set it up right now, but
Okay.
I don't want to, I can sign into Zoom, but I don't know if I'm gonna kick you out if I sign in. Do you know? Just
Do it later.
You know, we can do it after the
Madam
meeting.
Chair-
okay.
When
Madam
we're done
Chair,
tomorrow.
Okay, because I don't want to kick you out, so I just want to tell you I can do it, but I'll get the other paperwork
Yeah.
ready.
I know.
Enough.
This Zoom system's really
Yeah.
picky. We
Madam
don't know.
Chair,
Thank you.
Madam
Councilman
Chair,
Abdelhak?
sorry, I just want to add one thing. Let's make the salary for the position, not for the person.
No, absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next I have Councilman Baydoun.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And I just have a couple of comments. I want to just kind of urge my colleagues that if we want good employees, we must pay good amount of salaries. I just want you to know, I actually went in depth of a lot of what some of these directors are being paid. And it really is pays from, I want to say earlier 2014, 13. So, I mean, I know that a lot of our employees work extremely hard. I know these directors go above and beyond. And these positions, they're very stressful positions. But I also have to agree with Councilman Abdullah that we should hold the resumes, we should oversee this, but we also have to keep in mind that this position is a starting salary and moving forward. So if we're going to start somebody at 75,000 in the next 3-4 years, that person is now with inflation is looking for an additional 3% every single year. We also can't put ourselves in a position where the city can't afford it. So I definitely believe that these, the directors definitely do need raises, but I think that's something that needs to be discussed. So I think the study session is very important. But I definitely believe we do need to see raises for our directors. And I personally believe same way, individually go through it, have a conversation on each and every single one, because I do see here that we're paying some directors different than we're paying other directors. So I do believe we should go through it. Some jobs entail a lot harder work than others entail. Not to say that your job is difficult or as hard, but I do believe that we need to go through each department, each director, and see exactly what's being done. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Muscat, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council Chair. In the past and just recently, I spoke to council people individually about this, and just make one thing perfectly clear, that a lot of these salaries are based upon former directors signing letters that stated they would not make more than $54,000 a year because they were also collecting retirement pay. Okay. So these salaries really based on that $54,000 is ridiculous. Number one. Okay. And they were probably over $80,000 or $85,000 with their retirements. So we have to keep that in mind when we look at these, like the administrative assistant from 55,620 to 75,000. Now, and to me, having a degree means absolutely nothing. It has some impact, but some people, you get skilled tradespeople that don't have degrees. Does that make them not qualified for a raise? It doesn't mean a whole lot, okay? It just means about what they are doing. And right now, in the 6 years I've been on council, and the 10 years before that coming to city council meetings, I haven't seen this kind of hard, dedicated work from our department heads ever. They're all stepping up to the plate, and each one, every time they do something, they're hitting a home run. I'll make that perfectly clear, that I've never seen this kind of good work and working as a team ever before. So let's keep that in mind, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, because it means a lot of how those salaries were calculated before. Thank you.
Councilman Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, hopefully we can have a study session. We can have the personnel director there if she's available, and the comparisons. And I just point out, it's always the mayor and the mayor's office says, okay, I, recommend this, what should the salary be? And then we affirm it, or we say, well, how about this? I mean, the council in the past, I would say, for some of the positions in the mayor's office, negotiated about what the salary should be for different positions, and sometimes came to an agreement. So there's different branches of government and everybody has a say, and I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Next, I have Councilman Abdul Haq. You've already spoke once.
I'm done, Madam Chair.
Okay. I know Hassan Jamal has his hand up. I don't know if this applies to him. Okay, I will let you speak, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind the legislative body to and refer back to their duty under the Constitution of the United States of America. Your legislative duty is oversight on the financial affairs of the city. The administrative branch of the city responsible for the operational plant of the city. The council members can establish a rate for a functions. If you want to have a city council study session, please, I advise you, recommend to you, and I will ask the legal corporation council of the city to address, please focus and only focus on establishing a requirement for that particular line item. Please stay away from addressing people. It's not your duty. If you have a problem of the function of a department in the city, you address that with the administrative chief operating officer of the city, the mayor. Stick to your duty, please. Your duty is to establish line items, establish a rate for that line item, establish qualification for that position. You want the resume of this, resume of that, that's great. But that's the function of the administrative office of the city by the charter, by the Constitution of the United States of America. Please don't venture into and cross your line of demarcation between the administrative and the legislative. You said the stage says this particular position is needed in the city. We are gonna pay the rate for that position. What the mayor can do with that, he's gonna hire somebody, pay them less, pay them more. You establish the threshold of that particular line item, the functions of the city. Does the city need that function or don't need that function? Stay away from personnel, please. Don't address nobody by name. Address the function of that department. If you have a problem with the ordinance department functions, they are failing, address that publicly and let the mayor, the administrative, part of the city deal with it. He is the one who appoints, he's the one who let go. He is certifying for you every April of the binary years that those are his or her appointees. It's not a legislative function to set, a personal, you need that, you need this. If you need to address the functions of a department, please put down the specification for that particular position. It's part of your duty. Who get hired? Please stay away from it. And I'm asking the Corporation Council, Jeremy Atke, to please address this issue. I beg you to address this issue so we can put it down forever. Thank you.
I just like to say one thing that per the charter, city council is allowed to request any kind of documentation we want at this time. Once again, we will be requesting the resumes of anybody that will be getting a raise in this budget. Doesn't mean good or bad. And as you know, we can agree with what's in the budget. We could even give them more if we felt they deserved it. So it could go both ways.
Yep.
So at this time, is there any further discussion on page 9 before we move on to 10?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdullah.
just
Now you
quickly,
have-
just want, yeah,
Go ahead.
just a quick statement. I'm in disagreement here, and I'm gonna tell you what I mean. You know, we are gonna set a particular dollar figure for a particular position as far as a starting point, but as far as addressing the type of job somebody's doing, you can't hire for the position only and not for the job that's being done, because then what happens is, if, like, let's say you hire me for whatever particular position, let's say ordinance, and you're going to give me $50,000. So you're telling me whether I'm doing a great job or a terrible job, I'm going to stay at $50,000. That would make no sense. The reality is the 50,000 or whatever it happens to be would be the starting point. And then from there, based on the job that you are doing, right now at the top of my head, think of multiple directors that I know are doing an unbelievably great job over or versus, you know, things in the past. Okay. Those types of directors do deserve a raise. On the other hand, if it's a director that's got a department that's basically moving nowhere and just cruise control, then no, in reality, they probably don't deserve a raise. So it is based on not only qualifications, but the job being done. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Baydun.
Oh, I was congratulating. I was agreeing with that. So I was clapping. I wasn't raising my hand. Forgive me.
Councilman Muscat.
Same thing that Councilman Bowlby do.
Okay, this time the mayor would like to chime in. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, finally. Raised my hand several times throughout the meeting, so I wanted to let you know, okay, we try to put, I know from the beginning of this meeting, you know, there's a lot of questions that were asked. And I don't want to go back to square one because we don't want to be here till midnight going through this here. I've never actually seen this on council three years. I've never seen it the way it was nitpicked. I don't know why we're doing this like the way we guys are doing this meeting. But just to go back, we try to, you know, been on council. I was trying to make your jobs a lot easier, you know, try to submit, you know, a lot of information, you know, especially with the way the budget, I know Councilman Muscat and other council members, they wanted the budget in a different format. So we're trying to send it in a different format so you guys can track it better. But I guess that wasn't acceptable. So okay, just move on. And several of you mentioned that the mayor recommends the salaries. And again, I wouldn't put the new team that we have in place in place unless I see that they're actually qualified. And the council chair should have known when she was here for the 30, whatever day she was here, how messed up things are, you know, with the city. And with the way the budget, you know, I've heard it time, you know, for the last 3 weeks, you know, with the budget, it wasn't submitted. It wasn't, you know, this is not what was submitted. We had, again, you know, as I mentioned before, the previous comptroller, you know, I don't want to mention names again. We had about 3 weeks left for the budget to be submitted when the particular comptroller came to my office, had a discussion with myself and also the HR director stating that he wasn't hired for this position. Okay, and even before we had discussed, you know, like this budget, we had so much stuff. We had to struggle for 3 weeks working around the clock. And I mentioned that our HR director, Elizabeth Perry, she was here till midnight, several nights, trying to get the budget that was submitted April 1st, because we were trying to submit it on time. But even then, a lot of things have changed. Every day things change. We had so much adjustments. As you know, we're in a COVID situation right now. My directors and also employees in the city, they're working long hours, especially my directors. Some of them are coming 7 days a week. And for somebody to come up and say, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or, whatever they're questioning their, their skills or even their education, is wrong. I can tell you right now, since I've been here since January, end of January, I've seen nothing but superb jobs that these directors are doing. And as you guys see, I'm sure you got a lot of lesser complaints, from residents and also from employees in the city, the way the city is running right now. These guys are working around the clock from, I don't care which department it is. You can ask anybody that actually deals with any department. Things have changed a lot. Everything from, city services to, buildings and permits. I've seen nothing but great work by all department heads. And I'm not going to stick somebody like the way it was done in the past. I don't want to talk about the past. And, Councilman Muscat mentioned that something really good, that those salaries were agreed on because all the directors had a retirement, they had their pension, and there was an agreement that with a $50-something thousand salary back in the day, and that was going back and forth, that they were not, that's why we did not approve, salaries, because they were already collecting their pension, and there was an agreement made, as Councilman Muscat mentioned. So this, right now, we have new directors, and it's embarrassing. It's actually really embarrassing for me to state, like, okay, here's the salaries of my directors. And these guys, again, they're working, some of them, 6-7 days a week coming here, even from home. Then other cities that I've talked to that, have partnership with, where, with the different boards, that a lot of cities, they're not working 5 days a week. Some of them are working every other day, and they're still collecting almost twice the amount of salaries as our employees. So when you guys, sit there, we have to make sure, again, when you guys go against, any particular person, I have to talk to HR director and also an attorney, because I don't know if that's legal. Again, as somebody mentioned, one of the council members, that you're paying for the position. And it's my duty as a mayor to make sure that person is qualified to do that job. And as you can see, we have done a lot of work. And if you guys can come here anytime, I welcome every one of you that's been to the city hall, talk to every director that's been here, the amount of work that these guys are doing.
Thank you. You mentioned you were going to go to corporate counsel. What is that going to be in regards to?
I want to make sure that what you're doing is legal by questioning people in general instead of positions, because that's something I want to make sure when you talk about personnel, as you know, council chair, there's some stuff that has to be discussed in a closed session about particular personnel issues. But when you can look at, resumes with elected officials, but, again, if one particular director is not doing their job, you guys can come to me and I'll make sure it's, it's done correctly. But when you question some of the employees that work for the city, I want to make sure that you guys are doing something that is not going to put us in a bad situation or a lawsuit.
Okay, well, first of all, closed sessions are for disciplinary action, and I agree with that. When you are disciplining an employee, that is closed. But in the charter, as you all know, because we've pointed that out to each other, we can ask for any documentation in City Hall. It's subpoena rights. And I do have an opinion paper from Corporate Counsel Miyake when I first got on council in regards to that. We can subpoena anything we want in City Hall. And if we ask for a resume, it's not good or bad. It's just, it helps us to justify, to say to the public, we're giving them this raise because we know they have a lot of education. We look at their experience, and not necessarily education, but experience is a real big thing in a job. And it helps us justify giving the raises that you're requesting.
Again, council chair, you guys have seen, some of the positive changes the city has moved forward in the last, several months. So again, if you have any complaints for any of my directors or anybody that works for the city, then yeah, I agree. Like, okay, that person is not fit for that position. You yourself have never questioned anybody in the past years, with what happened in the past with the several complaints and all the city services, whatever we had in the past. But right now, I've seen nothing but positive change. The city is moving forward. And, people questioning, my staff, that's kind of insulting. And again, I'm trying to protect our city from a lawsuit against like any type of like discrimination or anything like that when somebody's questioned for like because their salary, who they were. So again, I just want to make sure I coordinate with our director, with our HR director and our attorney, just to make sure that what you guys are requesting is, we're not in violation of somebody's rights. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, in the past, nobody's questioning Councilman Abdel Haq requesting resumes. I've seen them come past my mailbox, and I see nothing different with me requesting that. If there was a problem, it would have been addressed before now. At this time, we need to be more productive. I do have Councilman Abdel Haq, Councilman Baidoon.
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Chair.
Muscat. I don't know if you've already spoke twice, everybody.
Thank
Should
you,
we move
Mayor.
on to the next page, or do you have more?
No, I just need to make a comment, please, here. That's very important. I did request the resumes for the appointees because I am proud to see those resumes, and I want the public to see what quality of people this mayor is bringing to our city. And instead of the people who let the ICE arena be condemned and sat on his computer working on eBay and selling things in his office, and the other one who used to come drunk to our city council, and the other one who accepted bribes from things on his job. And I say it, and I dare him to tell me no, because then I will expose him a lot more than what I did before. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We do like to see the resumes because I am proud to see this kind of people you hired. And I am proud to see that our city is moving in a positive direction. And for the sake of transparency, which we all fought for it, including everyone on the city council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, we need to tell the public that we are doing our job in detail. So there is nothing going to happen like the previous administration, $6.8 million overcharge on the CSO and $3.8 million overcharge on the health care. That's why we have to go in detail. That's why we have to put the time. And I agree the atmosphere in the city is more positive. The job it has been done by those people who got hired is extremely excellent job. And I am proud to be part of this team. But please, nobody get offended. Let us do our job and let the mayor do his job. And I thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Next, I will let Councilman Baidoon and Councilman Muscat, and then we must move on because we're
Thank
only
you so
on
much,
page
Madam
9.
Chair. Thank you so
Go
much.
ahead.
I just actually, to myself, and it doesn't make a difference or whatnot, and I hope that this isn't too difficult. Maybe our HR director can assist on this. I know that some of the council members have said, and it's been said to me, that the pay raise was at 54,000, including a pension. Can we get any kind of proof of that? Just to, I mean, it doesn't make a difference. To me, $54,000 it's laughing. It's a joke. But I would like to see where the 54,000 plus the pension and what that equals out to be, just to make sure that we can be fiscally responsible as a city. So I'm not sure if HR can assist or answer that or get those documents over to the council. But if so, I would love to just be able to review those documents. No big deal. She can't answer now. It's okay.
I asked her to unmute. She's gone. Hold on a minute. She was here. Does anybody see HR director?
Council Chair?
She's disappeared. She was here. She's gone. Councilman Muscat, you're last before we move on.
Just for Mr. Councilman Mo Baidoon, we had this discussion back in 2018 when you first became council chair that, and it was proven that that's what happened. They had all signed in that he could not make more than 54,000 a year. Okay, that was done a number of years ago, and they were collecting their pensions. If you want to see documentation, obviously you're entitled to it, but I assure you that's what it was.
And I believe that. Just for my own self, I would like to see.
And that's fine. And I agree with you, Council Chair, that, you know, when we ask for a document, we should be able to get it. But again, in all due respect with the mayor, that if it's a personnel decision, we need to do it in a closed session because that's the way it's always been. And I believe our council, corporation council will agree with that. But again, you are correct. We want a document, we can get the document.
Well, and you know, the documentation is not to put on the public website. It's for our own personal knowledge to go over it.
And I agree with that. I agree. But if
No,
we do
it
discuss.
was never my intention to put it
Yeah.
out there on the city website or anything like that. It's our own personal knowledge to justify why we're given the raises we are. If somebody comes to us and says, well, why did you give them such a big raise? We can say, look, their education and experience can justify it from what I saw on their resume.
And with all due respect, we just got to make sure that we don't mention people by name of, yeah, this, and they don't do this and they do this. So we just got to be careful, and I think we'll be fine. I think you'll handle it fine.
All right, HR Director Perry.
So I got messages saying that people asked me a question, but I got knocked out. So I didn't hear anything, but I am back and I don't know what happened.
Okay, let's ask the question again. Who had Councilman Baydun?
Yes, thank you so much. And Director HR, thank you so much. The question to me was if we can get some type of documentation showing where we were paying these employees $54,000, signing documentation stating because of their pension. I mean, and what I said was before you walked out, 54,000 to me, it's comical. It really is. It's very funny that as a director, somebody's getting paid, you know, such a little amount. But for my own resource, I want to be able to see those documents. If you can get those over to the council, that would be great. If it's not too much to ask, I know it's out of shortcomings. If you can get them and email them, that would be great.
That's fine. And just to be clear, it's regarding, you know, the positions, right? So certain people qualified and they just happen to hold those positions. And then unfortunately, that lower salary got tied to those positions. And those people aren't here any longer. So.
Correct. Thank you. Yeah, if we can just get those documentation. Thank you.
Grant writer Jamal Hassan, I do recognize your hand is up. I will let you talk, but if we continue to take a long time, we're going to have to move on because we're already 2 hours into this and we're only on page 10. Go ahead, please.
I do agree with you.
Whoops. Unmute.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for allowing me this special privilege to talk for only 1 minute to address an issue and make recommendation to you, please. If you want to increase the salary, don't increase the salary. Please don't mention salaries. Increase the rate of pay for that position. The mayor job is to give those positions the amount you have a threshold for it. If the mayor wanted to hire somebody for a department head, the threshold is 80,000. The mayor has the right to hire somebody for 75,000 or the 80,000. As long as the mayor doesn't cross what you established as a threshold, stay out of it. If you have any issue with the functions of that department, please address it with the mayor internally. Say what's going on, who's not doing the job, and the mayor figure that out. You have the right to put a resolution to ask for any document of the city for your own. You have the right to investigate any function of the city. You have all the right to oversight of everything in the city. But you need to stay, please, within the legislative duty when you are on the open air. Please don't say I am raising the person. You are not raising. It's not fair for the people. You are not raising the person based on resume. If you feel that this position needs more money because it's more duty, discuss that with the human resources, please. and say if that position need higher or lower. Don't discuss, please, that you are given raise because of somebody's resume. Maybe my resume need 200,000, but this position only pay 76,000. Either I have to take it or leave it. So if the human resource, you establish a salary at 80,000, then the human resources says, okay, the mayor comes and says, I can't hire nobody for 80,000. Then it's not because of the person. Then you have to hire the threshold for that position. So the mayor can go out and hire somebody. Not because Elizabeth doing a good job, you cannot pay 80,000. Because that position needs 80,000, then great. Elizabeth is doing a good job. So please change that tone. It does not really fit into your legislative. You are stepping on the administrative duties. Please stay within your line of duty, which is oversight. You can ask in a resolution anything you want. And I am supporting you. I am for transparency. 100%. The truth in governing leads to a best result. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, let's go on to page number 10. Any questions in regards to this before we move on? This is the mayor's office.
Council Chair?
Councilman Abdullah.
Just as a refresher, I had on there, and I'm not sure honestly if I asked it a couple weeks back, but in regards to part-time, there was a huge jump from 4,400 to 56,500. So I was wondering if the mayor can address that, if you don't mind, why there was
Sure.
such a huge jump.
Sure, that's no problem. Mayor is not on here. I'm looking. Oh, there he is. Go ahead, Mayor.
Actually, I'd like to see if director, our HR director can answer. She answered that at the last meeting, but if she.
Yeah, no, I'm maybe old age.
Directing it to you, Mayor.
Okay, well, our director HR she has the records of that. So.
Is that okay, Councilman, or do you still wish the mayor to
Whoever
answer?
can answer it, whoever can answer
Okay.
it. Just
Let's find HR. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
Thanks. So that included Bob Ancraft's part-time salary. That included part-time personnel for administrative assistant and an intern.
I remember now. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions in regards to page number 10? Okay, at this time, let's go on to page number 11. This is elections. Any questions on number 11 before I move on to 12? Okay, next we have page 12, which is general government. Anything there under general government? Anybody has any questions? I guess my question is, what is the ends buyout? Item number one, I'm sorry, line number 101-200-716-002.
The fourth line down?
Yeah,
I see it.
yes.
Yeah, fourth line down.
Ends buyout. Can anybody answer that? Please raise their hand. I will allow anybody to answer it. It's for $100,000, so it's quite a bit of money. Okay. Go ahead, please. Elizabeth?
Yes, so that's the amount that's in the contracts if an employee waives healthcare coverage, because they are covered by a spouse or someone else, then they get a stipend that is received and it's taxed and everything. So that's what it is.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. Okay, next we have Councilman Muscat.
Yeah, I'm looking through this and we have a lot of Act 345 stuff in here. And it seems like every place you look, we have 345 that's adding more money into this. Okay. That was one good one that you brought up, Council Chair. And then we have Life Insurance Act 345. We have 345 pension. And then we have 345 insurance, 345 expenditures. I mean, expenditures, we just saw $500 or $600,000 there. And then we see it here again. I don't understand all this for Act 345 stuff. Why isn't it just one item?
Comptroller has his name up, his hand up. I think he has an answer for us. Go ahead, please.
Okay, we have line items that are in the revenue section. We have line items that are in the different expense sections of different departments. Now, like we said, and we sent you a kind of a abbreviated version based on what you guys were recommending and things throughout the, we're not using that today to go over the budget, but I believe we emailed them to you. And then what we did there, we segregated all the 345 stuff into like a group, and we're gonna create it basically after all the budgets and everything are approved. We're gonna do some adjustments to the GL to make it more to make it easier for you guys to like follow it and read the revenues and expenses together. So we're creating like a separate department that'll have everything put together. It'll make it a lot simpler to follow. And if anybody needs to call me at any time, you guys can call me anytime and we can talk about it too. And I can create like a kind of a condensed version for you guys, but that's what we're doing. And you're able to see it from the email we sent you.
Okay, and I got a couple more if you don't mind, Council Chair.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Line item 101 200 853 000 telephones. I keep seeing telephones everywhere, and this is 93,500. How could we have such high billing for telephones in the city? I mean, each department, I'm hoping that's for the entire city and not for some individual department there. And are these constituted as cell phones or landlines?
Who can answer that?
Let's see.
Because I see them on in each individual departments also.
Want to answer that?
I mean, these questions were brought up to past administrations also, and we never got a good, clear answer. I mean, I don't see how we could be paying $93,500 for telephones, and then you go through each department and you see them again and again and again and again. It should all be lumped under, if each department just puts their request in for telephones, it should be lumped under one and leave them off their individual pages.
I have a tendency to agree that if it is or my thought is, if it is the landlines for City Hall and the whole city, I would agree to lumping it in one portion under one line item. But if there's individual cell phones that are required for the department, such as the police department, we should be seeing that under the individual budgets.
Correct. I agree 100%. Hopefully we can get an answer here. And then I have one other after that.
Am I still unmuted, by the way?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I mean, that's something I guess we can work on. We went over the individual departments and, these were estimates of what their phone bills are. So, I mean, this is how it was set up before. But again, we have our budget committee that's basically trying to streamline this stuff. And that's one thing that we can add to our list of things that we need to do, and we can get back to you on that one if you're interested in it.
The budget is fluid, so we could actually change that anytime once we have the information. And I look forward to seeing that itemized each department and find out the actual cost for all the phones. If they're landlines, and then a separate line item for any cell phones.
Okay. At this time, Chief of Staff has her hand up. I think she might have an answer to this. Go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Council Chair. I have been looking into this issue for multiple reasons, and it is my understanding that this does include the landlines for pretty much every department, which is through a contract that was previously made with Mitel, which is our phone company. However, it also includes some of our fax machines that haven't been functioning since I came around. So I'm working on canceling those payments for the fax machines that aren't working and aren't needed in certain offices, and just leaving the ones that are specifically necessary. So it will hopefully start cutting down the budget on that. But itemizing that expense is something that I have been working on myself.
It just shows us that how many things have been left unattended over the years that the taxpayers have been paying for no reason at all. And I've said it before, we've had so much trouble with landlines that I couldn't understand how we were making phone calls to the moon in 1968 and we can't get a doggone phone to work, which is what, and I said that for the last 10 years, for God's sakes. So I want to see those itemized from every department, because they're in here, but then they're also into the department's budgets, and that increases, of course, what everybody pays. Thank you. And one more, 101-200-926-000, the street and park lights, $1,025,000. Didn't we just have a meeting with DTE about redoing our lights? It'll be costing cheaper. And does this reflect anything of that meeting? And I believe that could go also to the administrative assistant or to John Selmy.
More efficient lights, but that's down the road.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of that is, yeah, we got quoted that, and the initial cost is not gonna be affected that much, but down the road, it'll be more efficient, so it'll be a lot cheaper.
So this is what it's gonna cost us to convert?
This was the estimate of what that budget should be for this year, so everything going into it up front, and then the payments, I think it's.
Okay, I understand that now.
Yeah.
All right, we have Director Selmy. I think he wants to chime in on this.
Yes, thank you. And I think the mayor does also.
Yes.
So we met with DTE. We had this special meeting, right? So the upfront cost to the city was $600,000 to convert everything to LED. This number here that's in this budget does not reflect the reduction in the lighting costs. So
do we know how much?
Off the top of my head, I think it would save about 35,000 a month going forward. It's about a year and a month, or a year and 2 months for a payback, entire payback on the initial investment. So, I mean, that's what the presentation was about. You know, there isn't some upfront cost in that 600, but a year payback's unheard of. So, but short answer, that's not reflected in that budget. That's the lights that the city currently has with DT.
Now, do we need that amount, or do we need to reduce it by the 35,000 times 12, which would be 420,000?
Well, I'll defer to the mayor, but we would need to sign the agreement. We would need to pay the upfront dollars, and then the payback begins after that.
It's not finalized yet.
Yeah, I would defer the rest to the mayor, please.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Selmy. You said it perfect. In addition, so we've been in contact with DTE. They're in the process of doing an audit, so that's going to take a few months to do the audit for the entire city of which lightings they're going to update. And once that's done, then they can, with the council's approval, we can put on the council's agenda to actually approve it. And that's not going to come to later on, probably late this summer, early fall, for them to begin work in late fall. So we have to make sure that we have to keep going with business as usual right now with whatever money that we have allocated for that because we don't have an agreement from DTE, and the council hasn't approved it. So if need to be later on in the year, once it's approved by the council, then we can do a budget amendment. But as of right now, we have to go business as usual till council approves the new contract with DTE. We can make the adjustment, and as Mr. Salmi says, it's going to reduce it by a third. The fee from DTE per month.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Oh, you know what? I do have Councilman Abdul-Haq.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the sanitation. 101-200-810. We have 3,300,000, and we have left over in sanitation last year 1,244,838. That's from Plant Moran report. Now, did we take into account that we have that extra money left from last year? Did we reduce this obligation by that amount?
Hassan Jamal wants to answer that. Go ahead, please.
He's muted.
I asked him to unmute. I don't know what happened. And please, I see he's muted in the future.
Okay. In a nutshell, right now, we don't track these two separate restricted funds. We track them in one fund. We collect them based on two funds. We track them in the general ledger as one fund, and the Treasury put them in the pool. So we have oranges, apples, bananas all together. So I am working, the team working with the treasurer to do all this. You're gonna see next week a resolution that separate these two accounts. So Councilman Abdul-Haq, you are correct. We are working on it, and it's gonna happen, Madam Chair, in a resolution next week. Thank you. I please, put that resolution. It's gonna resolve all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Comptroller, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. I want to point out one thing on here. If you notice with Social Security that there's actually a difference in what you're looking at and in actual proposed changes that we sent you, and it's going up quite a little bit, and that's because Social Security was deferred because of the COVID, and so we have to make up the payments for the years that we deferred. So not sure if you noticed that but before we move past this page, I just wanted to make council aware of it.
How much is the deferment?
Let me see.
Withholding.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, we can have for exact numbers. I believe Elizabeth, the Director of Human Resources, is aware of it. But in our budget, we came up with that we needed a little over 2.3 million instead of the 1.957 that you see.
What was the reason for deferment?
Because of COVID, it was allowed to be deferred, and the city deferred it.
Is that to keep the cash flow?
Yeah, to have enough funds to be able to operate throughout COVID.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Constant.
Yeah, Human Resources Director Elizabeth and Director Badri Jawad, that was all the Social Security withholding, the payroll taxes were deferred to put more money in the economy. That was a move by the former federal government, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could tap into your IRA or 401k without the 10% penalty because that was all suspended.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I was going to say.
Okay. And I do have Shantae has her hand up. I've asked her to unmute.
Sorry, I was staring at my laptop. I didn't even realize you asked me to unmute. Um, I was trying to bring up the total amount, but just so that we know, I'm just going to give a rough estimate right now until I can bring it up. I think it's like total 950,000, but we're only paying this. So we're only paying this fiscal year about half of that, 425,000. And again, I'm looking for the total number now. And then the other reason for that change in Social Security is due to the city functioning at, normal capacity. We had part-timers who were out of work. We weren't fully staffed. And so that number that we gave you before, the 1,557,146, was based off the activity that was in the system at the moment, like an estimate, and it wasn't right because we needed to calculate in us functioning at normal capacity. So the exact number is 2,312,750.
Oh, can you repeat that again, please?
Sure, 2,312,750.
And that's because we were in deferment, correct? Because of COVID?
Partially. Part of it is because of deferment. And the other part is factoring in the city at normal functioning. So we expect all of our workers to be here. We expect part-timers to be back. We expect things to go back to a sense of normalcy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Baydoun, you are next.
What's funny is I had the same question as Councilman Muscat about the street and park lights. And so I do see a reduction here of about 200,000, a little under, a little south of 200,000. My only concern was I'm all about safety and making sure that we're not eliminating any lights, especially in our parks or around the residential areas. I know that on the north end, there was a lot of car break-ins and there were a lot of, there's been a lot of activities with having to reach out to the police, people just kind of yanking on somebody's door if it's open, take everything inside. And I know it hasn't happened in a while, but I wouldn't want to see any reduction in lights. And I just wanted to make sure that we weren't reducing the lights around the area or within our parks.
Yep. Yeah, I can answer that, Council Chair.
Go ahead.
It's in the presentation, they basically said it'll be the same amount of lighting. They're just using the LED lights, which are a lot more efficient and they last a lot longer. They don't need to be changed as much. So that's where we get the big cost savings from. So initially you're going to see the upfront cost, but then in the long run, it's a lot cheaper and it's the same amount of lights. Other cities are already doing it. So you can actually look at them as examples. And I believe Dearborn's using it in a lot of their lighting already.
And then just the last question is, if say we as council wanted to approve, or maybe the administration wanted see more lighting in certain areas, is that possible? And is that amended for here in this budget or no?
It's not, but during the discussion with the representative from the DTE, they basically said that, yeah, those are additional. Basically, they look at just replacing what's there now. Anything additional would be like, up to us and discussing it with them separate, and that the cost would be additional.
Okay,
but
thank you.
We could do it, but it's separate.
Okay.
We have Shantae. Did you still need to chime in on that?
Not that exact part, but just as stated, once I found the number, I would give it to you. So
Okay.
that social security that was deferred is 926,376.62.
How much? 926?
926,376.62. And we have to pay half of it in this budget that you're approving right now, or that you're going over right now.
Which line item, please?
This is Social Security. This is factored into Social Security 101
Okay.
200,715.
First one, yep.
Hassan Jamal, go ahead, please.
Just to answer very quick, Councilman Baydoun, the mayor already directed me within my position to look for grants. There is a provision in the new ARP. ARP is the American Rescue Plan. There is a provision for infrastructure improvement. We are not yet sure how much that portion will be, but I assure you that the mayor already directed me to focus on, more light and changing the lights, so we can benefit from the energy efficiency, that this federal administration that really going after. So you are gonna see by investing a little bit of capital from the grant that we are gonna actually reduce the cost of the energy and the street lighting, including extra lighting to the parks, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Abdul-Haq. You've already spoke once. Is this necessary or something new?
Just a very fast question.
Sure, go ahead.
The OPEB refund 101-200-722-004. This is, I believe, for the general government fund 115. It was 472,950 last year. Why it was reduced to 300,000?
Anybody want to answer that?
Madam Chair, we agreed that we will put $1.5 million a year for Fund 115. If we add what we gave Act 345 and the general government do not add to $1.5 million.
Who are you addressing your question to?
Elizabeth or the mayor?
Okay, Mayor, go ahead, please.
Which one are you talking about, Mr. Abdul-Haq? Councilman Abdul-Haq, which item?
We agreed before the city council and the mayor that we will put $1.5 million a year to reduce the liability for OPEB. We gave the police and fire 1,062,233, and we are supposed to give 472,950 to the general government.
Okay.
It was reduced to 300,000. Is there any reason why we do not have the 472?
Yeah, let me defer that answer to our comptroller. I think he also raised his hand.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to give you an answer that's very specific, but if I'm correct in this is part of the healthcare amount that we decided to put aside. I want to get a little more information on that if possible and get back to you on that. Because I don't want to give you some numbers if and just guesstimate something for you.
That is fine. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Questions before we move on to the next page? Next, we have page number 13. This is the assessor's office.
It's all contractual, right?
Right, except for the supplies. Councilman Muscat, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd like to add the amount of money necessary for their internet access. I believe it was $240 a year. If we put a budget in there for $300, that would be more than enough to cover it, and anything that goes over could be returned. They definitely need that internet access.
Okay, Comptroller, what line item when we put that under?
Was that for me?
Yes. What line item can we note that would be under?
It's actually on the version we sent you, the up-to-date version.
Right, we can't go off that. We have to go off of what we have in front of us.
Yeah, but we didn't create a GL. Oh no, it's on the new one. Let me look it up for you. Give me 1 second here.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Chantel's got her hand raised.
Okay.
Shantae, did you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I'm thinking that because it's 2 tablets, what I have is that it's 2 tablets or something for
Yeah.
$240, they said. We do
Yeah.
have a capital outlay under 5,000 right now, although we will be working on those. I think it can go there, and that's 101-209-981.500.
But that will be an incurring thing every year.
Yeah.
So I don't think it can go under capital outlay. This is
Oh,
something.
this is something that's happening. So on my notes, I have 2 tablets. So then yes, if it's something that's happening every year, then we may want to look into it.
Yeah.
Because this is just for the internet access.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might create like a technology subscription or something GL for that. Again, I believe in the version we sent to you guys, it's on there.
Right, we don't use that. I'm sorry. We
yeah,
can
I know.
only, we can't even, it's going to confuse the public if we keep referring back to it because they are on this too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's what the charter tells us. I have Chief of Staff. Do you have the exact line number we need?
It would have to be created. That's what we were explaining there. So
Why
we
can't we
have to
just
create
put
a
it
new
under
bill.
supplies? Because it is a supply.
No, what do we put under in the ordinance department has that, don't they? Or the building department? What do we put it under for them?
They do not have the same service. They use our internet here in the city. They do not have internet access either, like remotely. They don't have wireless internet.
Yeah, because I thought the building department was asking for that, weren't they? In
They
this
are asking for it as well, but again, it is not currently there. They typically upload their information here in the city, go out to work, and come back and re-upload the information back into the city.
Can I make a
Correct,
suggestion?
but they had requested it in the budget, I thought, so maybe we could use the same line, the same ending number, except in this department.
It's different departments, so we have to use different GL accounts for each department.
Right.
Council Chair, can I make a
Councilman
suggestion?
Muscat?
Contractual services is what they get paid to do the work. Why can't we just add it to that contractual service and they just get it on their own, since they'll have the money to do it with?
Probably the easiest.
Great idea.
I'm in favor of it if we're able to do that.
You just add $240 or $300 to their contractual service and just let them go out and get it. Because every year we all know that cable companies and internet companies raise their prices anyway.
Want to respond to that?
I think it sounds reasonable.
We could do whatever you guys want, to be honest with you.
Want to direct the comptroller to do that for us, to change that, to add an extra 300 to their contract, to their services? Councilman, did you want to make that motion?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we can make a motion at this meeting, but just to add it on, we just go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Yeah, add it on.
We'll add it to the final proposal. Sure.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, is Councilman Baydoun, go ahead, please.
You know what's great, Ray? Councilman Muscat is he's coming after all my questions, so he's doing a good job. Thank you, Mr. Muscat, really.
Thank you.
Just add it to
Be
supplies.
quicker to get your hand up.
It's okay, just put it under supplies. I think that, and then with the final budget, we'll approve of it. And if, like you said, it goes up, and then we just add it for the following year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to page 14. At this time, I have item number 101-210-826-101. This is legal fees for council. At the budget presentation, I said I would approach Attorney Matt Shank and Mark Keckner from the Raymond Group in regards to this. And they both agree that they will need a minimum of $35,000 to finish processing what they already have in their possession. So at this time, I'm asking that we put the $35,000 back in the budget as I had originally requested, and it possibly will be even more when they're done, but we at least need to cover 35,000 of that right now.
I agree.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Baydoun, I have Councilman Abdullah, and then you'll be next. Councilman Abdullah?
So is this 35,000 in regards to the audit that was started?
Correct.
Okay, and where do we stand officially? Are we still moving forward with that?
Yes, the mayor just submitted all the documents they requested about a month ago, they said. So they are processing them. They are finding some things, and they did estimate that they would need a minimum of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Baydoun?
thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just want to add, you said 35,000 each?
No,
Or 35,000 in total?
Yes.
Okay, and then was this is the work that they've worked on, right?
Yeah, this is what they've got sitting on their desk now that they need to complete.
Okay, okay, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I would agree with that then.
Okay, Councilman Abdul-Haq?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to know a list of the funds which they've been audited, if possible.
They're getting ready to prepare a report. I asked them yesterday. They said they were not complete.
One that just showed up this week. But I'll
So-
check after this
Mayor.
meeting. I'll go to shipping and receiving.
I'll tell him.
Mary, you're not muted.
Mayor, did you want to say something?
He's muted.
Okay, yeah, Councilman Abdul-Haq, they are in the process of compiling a report for us.
Okay.
They are finding some things. They told me they're not complete. But they will get with us real soon on that.
Did
I
we?
will,
Sorry, go ahead, Madam Chair.
I'll touch base with them, give them a couple weeks, because they only got the information just a month ago.
Okay.
So, let's see what they're doing.
Did we budget any money for that audit, and where is it?
Yes, the way we did the audit, and that's the reason we need to add in legal fees. We went through Attorney Matthew Schenk. He has subcontracted Raymond Group underneath him. So Raymond Group submits their bill to him and he forwards it to us and we pay it under the legal fees. That's how we had it set up originally.
The 35,000 is for
Correct.
that?
Yes.
So it's not in the millions of dollars, the audit?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's it. So, yeah, like I said, they're pretty confident that that would be enough. They might need a little more, but not much. So
Yeah.
At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk's office to add in the 35,000. Now, anything else, I do show, my question is on line item 101-210-826-000. We might want to take that 35,000 out of there because I show that they only used 165,953 last year and they're requesting 300,000. So 35,000 out of that amount would be a drop in the bucket. So that way we can balance this section right now and not have the mayor worry about where they're going to pull it out of in the rest of the budget, because that's what we've done in the past.
Sounds good.
So
I
at this
think it's a
time,
good idea.
I'm going to ask the clerk's office to remove the 35,000 from the 300,000 on line 101-210-826-000. And that way, that'll make us, but we'll be balanced on page 14 then. Next, we are going, oh wait, anybody else have any other questions on page 14?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdullah?
so just to clarify then, for our council, not Mary, sorry. Gary Miyake, we would be we would be paying the 250,000 plus now the additional amount. So we're talking about 300,000 minus the 35. That's how much we're going to be paying Gary Miyake
Correct. That's how much we will have budgeted for him. Because yet
for
last year,
him and his sub councils, correct?
Yeah, Mark Roberts,
right. If you look in the budget, he asked for 250,000 last year for him and all his sub councils, and they only used 165,953.
Right.
This year, he has upped it to 300,000. And I do believe Councilman Abdel Haq asked him to take a little decrease. So it may even be less than what was last year. And so at this time, I feel pretty comfortable taking the 35 out there, that we're not going to shortchange him, that he'll still be able to do his job properly.
Okay, because the one that had asked for the 300,000, I presume that would have been him and not from the mayor's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Constant.
just briefly, the legal grant writer assistance, will that be out of the 300,000 or will that be a separate entry on the general ledger? If
We've already went past that. I think I've already seen that in the budget somewhere.
so, that'll be part of Director Jamal's budget?
No.
No.
Director of Grants is on page 9 for 76,000.
Yeah.
It is line item 760.000. And it's the third one down. Director of Grants is 76,000. So that's where he is budgeted.
No, the legal fees for the, we're going out for bids for a grant writer for to help the grant writer, the legal fees. Is that in the budget?
We have a grant writer.
No, for to
Which
hire an
line
attorney, a
item?
separate attorney. It appears that it's not in the budget, but to hire a separate attorney and law firm to assist anybody requesting grants, and then that cost for that may be paid out of the grant.
At this time, we've got a lot of hands up, and I'm not sure who would be the proper person to call on in
Director
regards.
Jamal would know.
Or Shantae.
I've got Shantae and Jamal and the mayor and the mayor's administrative assistant or chief of staff. Who feels that they're most qualified out of this, or who would you like to address that to, Councilman Constant?
Hassan Jamal, Director
Okay.
Jamal.
Got it. Hold on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quick. Thank you, Councilman Constant. The grant or the federal, legal assistance, the federal grant and the state grant legal assistance, it's not only for my department, it's also for CDBG and other, legals like the police department, all the grant of the city. Most likely 99% of those expenditures, they are table funded by the city, paid from whatever we can establish a line item for that, and then will be paid back from the grant from the treasury. Your question is actually go in a question with the chair. Please, Chair, the legal fees for the Corporation Council doesn't reflect really. You stated that they spend only that much. Please understand that the one column you see where it says that much being spent up to date, this is not in. I don't want to say it's not correct. I want to say it doesn't reflect the actual expenditures. That particular number usually most likely in the past been determined by the auditors when they're done, and that comes in October. This year, I am working with both the controller, the assistant controller, and the treasury to give you a better idea by June before the auditor comes. Usually those numbers should not be too far. It's been too far in the past. By June, report from the mayor and report from the treasury, you will know how much the expenditures are. If we are, I advise to keep the 300,000 because if we need to reduce that, we can come with an amendment later on. I like to come in with an amendment to reduce, not to add. In the past, there was a lot of flags about spending more than what we have in the budget. You are aware of that. It's going to be eliminated in the future. I already, me and the controller, we already put a stop for that. We said red flag when any expenditure is over the budgeted amount. And we are implementing that. The mayor already stated that this is what you want to do. And thank you. That's what we are going to do also. So please keep the $300,000. I recommend that $300,000 should be there. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, my question is simply this.
Okay.
The legal fees for this, the new legal help for grant writing, state and federal grant writing, should we include that with Corporation Counsel? Should we show that in the budget for Corporation Counsel, or should we show it somewhere else?
I think you said yes.
Councilman, thank you. Yes, we show it there and we take it from there, then we put it back. So the expenditures will be out of that legal, but will be reimbursed in the revenue section as reimbursement from grant. So it will come to the city as a revenue under the grant reimbursement, expended from the legal fees, the $300,000. You are absolutely correct. And that's what we are doing, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, it has been agreed that we will take the 35,000 out of, we will put 35,000 in the line item for council legal services. I would recommend taking it out and doing a budget amendment for the corporate counsel if they need it, because they've done that in the past. And we've always taken our 35,000 out of that line item. Just following procedure from the past. It's up to everybody else what they want to do. It's just a suggestion to keep our line.
I agree with that.
Sounds good.
Yes, I agree.
I agree.
Councilman Baydoun.
I agree.
Okay, it's been agreed on by council to pull it out of the corporate council budget at this time, the $35,000, and add it to our line item. At this point, I have, Mayor, did you still have a question?
He's muted.
Yeah, I just want to see, I guess we would have to do a budget amendment later because, as you know, there was few legal issues, and Mr. Miyake was not engaging in a lot of city issues. For actually a few months, he was disconnected from doing the big cases or big issues for the city. So that's why you saw a less charge that you mentioned. But with him being fully engaged with our city operations right now, he's tackling a lot of concerns, a lot of issues, and few lawsuits. And again, you guys can reduce it as you guys agreed, but we'll probably have to do a budget amendment with all the workload that we have for him.
Okay, thank you. Shantae in the comptroller's office has something to say.
Yeah, just really quick. I just wanted, actually Jamal, Mr. Jamal already covered it, but the activity section that you're looking at through June 30th, 2021, I think we've talked about it time and time again. Just so you all know, it's technically through about April 1st, right? Because that's when we submitted the activity to you all. So if you ever need some assistance on where we are right now, for instance, in that 826 account that you're referring to, as of May 14th, we're at 207,932. I can run those numbers to you all really quick if you ever want to know exactly where we are right now. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing about what you're doing, but I just wanted you to know that change. We're not at the 165.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have page number 15. And like I said, we have got 49 pages to go.
Yep.
You can choose if you want to talk a lot on these or try and get through some of these more quickly if they don't, because definitely the clerk's office is all contractual. So I don't think there's anything we need on this one unless somebody has a special thing they want to
Madam
ask.
Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq.
the deputy clerk, is it contractual?
No, she is not. So that salary will be discussed on Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
anybody that's not contractual will be discussed on Tuesday. And we have Madam Clerk. Go ahead, please.
Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to my budget hearing when we did the clerk. I had originally asked for a part-time line item for 10,000 that was omitted from the proposed budget or was not caught and put into this proposed budget so that we can start doing imaging of all of the city records, at least to start that. And I had discussed that at the at our budget hearings. I was just wanting to make sure that that was added in as well.
Yes, I agree to add that in. It's very important that we start saving those images. It's benefits the residents. Are other council members in agreement with that? 10,000 for
Yes.
part-time?
Yes.
Is that
That brings
enough?
it up to 200 and
Councilman Baydoun, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay,
Do you agree?
I do.
Okay, good.
Madam
Okay, all
Chair,
I was
council
nodding
members
my head.
agree.
I didn't know if you saw.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq?
is 10,000 enough?
You know, Councilman, thank you. Probably not. But I thought maybe just to get us going to see how much it is going to cost. The state does have some. The state does have some different companies / organizations that I can contact to find out.
Would 17,000 help you more?
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Let's do that then, just to make sure we cover ourselves, because we want to preserve these images. That's very important.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody else agree?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Councilman Muscat, did you have a question?
so that brings our total to 228,984.34, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I wrote that down. I just want to be correct.
Where are you looking at, Councilman?
Well,
The total at the bottom.
the total at the bottom with your part-time comes out to 228,984 now with the 17,000.
I have a requested budget at 361. I just want to
No,
make sure
this
that
is just for page 15.
I'm just on page 15.
Okay, sorry, sorry.
Yeah, it's a total for page 15.
Okay, gotcha. Then I agree with that.
Yeah.
You lied.
It was like, wait a minute.
You were like,
Okay.
wait a minute, you really got slashed.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item is page 16. This is the clerk's office.
Is which the one I was on?
Yes.
So we have
the
to
one
add
you were on.
17 to that also.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I feel better.
Okay, that's where the 17 will be finally added in. Any questions in regards to page 16?
No.
Okay, Shantae?
I don't
Is
have
it
a question, but
necessary?
if you are, I don't have a question at all, but if you all are keeping totals, I just want us to remember, anytime salaries or part-time change, we're changing fringe as well. So the total on this page will be different.
Gotcha. We will also state that that addition will be also reflected in the fringe benefits too.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding us. Councilman Baydoun.
Madam Chair, I'll keep it brief. I know when we spoke about the imaging, I believe our clerk told us it would be about $30,000, but there's a grant for about 27 to 28,000, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we got a grant last year that we used for hazard pay and stuff for the last election.
Okay. So my
And
question
other
is,
things.
so if the imaging files is going to cost about 30,000, shouldn't we prepare for the 30 instead of 17?
I don't know, Councilman Baydoun, how much it will be yet. The 30,000, I think, is what we had is for a grant last year that we got from the state.
Okay.
I think you may be talking about the ICC scanner that we got for the absentee county board.
That's what I have written. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
thank you.
That's exactly what it was.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we will move on to page 17, which is the Civil Service Commission. Any questions on page 17?
Madam
No.
Chair.
Councilman Abdul Haq.
Okay, the civil service, they have professional contractual 101-220-817-000 of 25,000.
I'll do it later.
Can somebody please tell us what this, service is?
It's administering the tests, I believe, and the tests themselves.
Well, who is in charge of civil service? That would be HR. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Let her answer.
Okay, so yeah, Mr. Constant said it right. So part of it is the test administration or oral board panel participants. So we use other people, right, from other cities, evaluate our candidates depending on what the position is. And so that's what it's used for, the process, the actual evaluation process.
Who prepare those tests and what they charge us for them?
There's various levels. It depends. It depends what the test is. MCO is one of the standard bills you'll see on your invoices over the years. They do a lot of the general government. It would be like labor, clerical, dispatchers. There's a dispatcher test. We've utilized different companies for that. There's a company in Chicago. We bought the test for California. Just depends what the test is, what the need is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next, any other questions on page 17 before we move on? Next, we have page 18, which is the Act 78 Commission.
Council Chair,
Question, Councilman Muscat?
what do they do? I mean, isn't it covered back over here on the previous page?
That's non-police and fire on the previous page.
So what does Act 78 do? The same thing, but just only for police and fire?
Elizabeth would know.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Act 78 is just police and fire and promotion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Abdul Haq?
Madam Chair, I do have more question on this. I would like to ask you if we can set study session to see what these people do.
All right, go ahead and set that up with the proper people and let me know when you decide a date.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Constant?
Yeah, like Chris Sullivan, the former HR director, got a lot of good people on this commission, and it continues. So if a police officer is being disciplined or there's an issue regarding, there's an independent body. When they made the charter, there's different ways cities can have their charter. They can hire from within only, or the mayor picks the police chief, like for example, in city of Detroit. And that's a lot of what they do, but a study session would not hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions on page number 18? When I go to page 19, that's something that we will discuss on Tuesday in our study session in regards to 760-000. That would be the comptroller raise and the deputy comptroller. Next page is 20. That's the comptroller's budget. Any questions in regards to that over here?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq?
I really would like 101-223-962-000. We have a training, $1,500. I would like to increase this at least for $5,000. So we have more training for especially the technology is changing and more laws are changing. I would like, to be on top of it for our employees to take whatever training to improve
Okay.
their jobs.
Councilman, let's ask comptroller if he's okay, if he needs that and feels it's necessary, or can he do it with the 1,500?
I mean, we budgeted for that because I mean, I do a lot of this stuff on my own, but I mean, if we need something from Plant Moran, things come up, especially in this office. And a lot of the training is related to like things that are happening all over the city and in the different departments. So, I mean, if we have a lot left in the budget or anything left in the budget to do that, that's fine. If not, we can work around what the budget allows us to do.
So you say you don't at this time really need the 5,000?
We do. We might have some absences or some people taking off for different reasons coming up. And we might need to do some training there. So, I mean, if it's a little bit more, it would help.
We could do a budget amendment too at that time, right?
We can do that too, whatever you'd
That'd
like.
be easier.
So it
Okay.
might be easier just to do a budget amendment at this time.
I'm okay with that.
All right, thanks. Shantae, I think the comptroller's already, yeah, you took care, okay, that's answered. Okay, thank you. Any further questions on page 20? Next is page 21. That also will be addressed at the study session for the director in HR 760-000. Next page is page 22. I'm going to ask everybody to go there. That's the human resources budget.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdalhak.
101-226-818-000. Contractual services. Can the director tell us what kind of contractual services she does, and if she needs money for that line item?
Okay,
It's already zero.
it's already, there's nothing in there.
I know. I just want to make sure that she's okay.
Are you okay with that?
I am, because the consultants that we use are charged to the general, that 200 department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on page 22. Next is page 23, which is Board of Appeals. Councilman Abdalhak?
I don't have any question. Thank
You're
you.
always first, so I figured I had it right.
No.
Any other questions from anyone else in regards to page 23? Then let's move on to 24. 24, that will be discussed on Tuesday for the deputy treasurer. That will be included in our discussion. So now we are on page 25. 25 is the treasurer's office budget.
Yeah.
Councilman Constant.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, when we had reviewed this with the treasurer, she cut some of these numbers in half, like part-time, because it's already half into the year, and some of that was for former treasurer Riley, who will no longer be with us. So I don't know if we should make those adjustments now.
This is where we make our adjustments.
What's that? I'm sorry.
This is where we would make those adjustments.
Yeah, remember, so for the part-time line, she said that's going to be reduced because we're 6 months in already. And then there was another line that was going to be reduced.
Madam Treasurer, would you like to answer that?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Constant is correct. Line item, general ledger, item. My eyes are gonna line up. I'm using my ruler. Let's see, part-time, which is 101, 253, 707, 100. Is that correct? Is that my part-time? Yep. So with that one, that amount was increased, as you see, but that was for former Treasurer Riley, who we have an agreement to do a 1-year cycle for training. And we are now 6 months into that 1-year cycle. And so the way I figured it out, that could be reduced by $2,730. So that would be 6 months based on the salary, based on the hour or the hourly rate, excuse me, that Mr. Riley is paid based on the number of training hours that are allocated for 6 months. So that can be reduced because, again, you know, we're down to 6 months, well, once the new fiscal year starts, of course. And then the other item, let me see. I'd like to keep contractual services the same. I had talked about that. I'd like to keep that one the same. However, your dues membership, which is 101, 253, 802, dues membership. If you wanted to lower it a little, you could. We right now run about $800 at the most on that one. So that's not a big adjustment, but you could if you wanted to, of course.
What would you say we reduce that by?
I would go like $200. I mean, that's not a lot, but I mean,
Why wasn't this done before?
Oh, I brought this up before in my budget that it was submitted. When you say before, like before previous years?
Well, before this was printed out.
It was submitted.
It was adjusted by the mayor's office.
Okay.
The department heads submit it, and then the final adjustment comes from the mayor's office.
Yes, and also I submitted my proposed budget back in January, because that's when we were originally, the previous administration asked for it. And I submitted that on time to them.
So what do you want the part-time at?
The part-time we're reducing by $2,730. So right now, if we
What's
look
the
at
total
it,
amount?
hold on, let me get out the handy dandy adding machine, and I will give you that figure. We're looking at $14,520. Okay. Any questions so far? Or?
No, I'm sure all council members will agree to that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Contractual services will keep the same because there are some items. If you want me to go over contractual services, I can. I actually have a breakdown of every dollar accounted for in that line item.
No, I thought that's where you wanted to reduce it by 200.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but then that's because I was looking at the general ledger and there was a bill that did not post until late, and it should have cleared in November, and it skewed my numbers. So I did talk to the comptroller about that line item, that we're going to leave that as it is, if we may, because that is broken down. Yeah, there was some, I don't know why it was posted late, but it was, or later than I anticipated, I guess, and didn't show. So we're going to leave that. But I mean, other than that, I mean, we're good with everything, as long as you're good with everything. I did want to raise not a flag, but to bring it to somebody's attention. And I know that the chief of staff is aware because we've talked about this, but my question, or what I want to raise to your attention, is we are working towards improving the online payment platform. And that's going to be some cost we need to talk about how that, and it's not all treasurer's office. If we're doing like the kiosk and we're doing the app, and you know we're negotiating great prices, but there is going to be, for the kiosk, for example, it's $2,000 a month to have a kiosk here, and you know, to reduce the line. So we haven't crossed that bridge, but I want to at least flag it for you. You see what I'm saying? Because there are going to be costs to do that kind of offer, that kind of platform.
Well, we can talk about that when it gets there.
Yes,
yeah,
we can.
we'll discuss that when it comes to us.
Yep, I figured, but I wanted you to know. Thank you.
Councilman Baydoun, go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, once again, mine was answered, and thank you so much. It was the training, and that was answered. So thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Abdul Haq.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about the tax seasons. We do have an extra person who comes to help the treasurer department. Now, did we budget for that?
Yes. Yes, we do. We have her twice a year, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
We have her coming back in July, and she stays with us to the beginning of September. And then she comes back in December and usually leaves us by middle of February, end of February. So
Where
yes,
did
the
you-
answer is yes.
Where did you budget it? In your-
That is in the part-time as well. Because that's a part-time position.
The
Okay,
14,520 part-time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
you, okay. So
Any more
this is,
questions on
It's in there.
number
so
25?
this number is including Mr. Riley and
That is
that
correct.
person?
Yep, that is correct. Because remember, for Mr. Riley, his total is $2,730 of that,
Okay. Just want to
right?
make
So
sure
that
you
leaves
have
the
enough.
rest. Yep, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Jamal, did you have something you want to question?
No, just quick information that I know the treasurer with the heat of this heat now going, forget about it. The tax administration fee, which is amounted to about $750,000, it is a restricted fund by the state legislators of the Michigan Department of Treasury. So you can't spend that much money except on assessor, board of appeal, and treasury related tax operations, or in other city tax operations. Right now, we don't have that process. It's all mixed together. Now, it's been like that for years. It could happen that we have the question, where is it? And the treasury comes and asks why you mixed it. So me, myself, the team, the mayor, and council members, plus our great treasurer, we are working on separating that. That will actually, when we know the number, that will tell you how much you need to levy for the tax administration fee. You may not need the 1%. You may need only 75%. In the past, it used to be only 0.5%. So calculating the cost of the $750,000 just by throwing the number and saying, oh, we cannot charge 1%. I think this year we cannot go with it because we don't know really the allocations. I agree with that. But what's left over, it's going to be used next year to reduce the levy. I hope that explained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Hassan.
On to page 26, which is the Information Technology Department, our IT department. Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq.
I would like the administration to research if we can hire our own department so we have it in-house, to see if the cost will be cheaper for us if we hire people to do our IT.
Okay, who would like to respond to that?
Mayor Bazzi, please.
Okay. Mayor, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we will look into it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions on page 26 before we move on? Okay, next we go into page number 27. There is no raises on this page. Next, we have page 28, which is building maintenance. Any questions on this one?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq.
the question to the director, please, of building, does he have enough people to do his job or he needs to hire some people?
Director Selmy, are you there?
Yes,
So
I'm here.
that's-
The short answer is, we have vacant positions and we are struggling to hire people.
Thank you.
Okay, Shantae, did you have something to add?
Yeah, yes, Director Selmy, I'm looking at my notes and I don't know, you guys did mention it, and so I don't know, did you ask for a change in capital outlay here that should be addressed, or is, I don't know why it's in my notes.
From the
If not, it's
original,
okay.
no, from the original number that I had with our individual meetings, the numbers changed a couple times, so not really quite sure. I know what I requested for capital, and there seems to be a little bit more there. I don't know if maybe some contingency monies for some of our buildings which are in, not the best shape.
Okay, no problem. I was just raising my hand, Council Chair, because I had 457 220 and I didn't know if that was right or not, so.
Okay, yeah, at this time, let's just leave it to the council members and the director being addressed because we're getting way off track here. This is a budget hearing for city council to make changes to. All right, this time I have Councilman Abdullah.
Mine was just a generic question, Council Chairs. With the different people that are potentially up for raises, can we get either an email list from the administration of all who are asking for raises and how much they're asking for? Maybe combined, so we don't have to go through the whole package every single time, so we could pre-study it before Tuesday?
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying, like a condensed version.
Right,
I can talk to the clerk's office on that and see what we can do.
please. Thank you.
Councilman Muscat.
I requested some itemized items for everyone's capital outlays. I see the capital outlay, but I haven't heard from anyone of what they plan on doing. I can assume what building maintenance wants, but I'd like to get a breakdown. So if there's things that we'd like to see get done, maybe we can add them in.
Yeah, so in the BSNA budget, I have put notes in there and it details all the capital requests that I have. I can print it out and share it with you.
I would appreciate it. I don't have access to BSNA.
Yep, I can print it out and send it along.
Thank
But I'd
you,
just
sir.
like to make one quick comment regarding the pay raises or whatever they're talking about for department heads. Me personally, I'm totally uncomfortable receiving a raise. I didn't ask for one until the employees on my team are compensated. I think it's counterproductive for me to get a raise. And the raise that I would seek would be much greater than what is being proposed. So at this time, I would respectfully decline that until my team, including supervisors and field people, are addressed. To me, to take a raise would be counterproductive in my opinion. So I just let them clear the air from my position. So thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
What a class act.
Yes.
Baydoun, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You know what? I'm gonna give kudos. I know I'm not supposed to give comments, but thank you so much, John Selmy. Definitely a class act in my eyes.
I agree.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Councilman Abdul-Haq, did you have anything to add before we
Yes,
move on?
first, I thank John Selmy for what he's doing. He's doing a
Class
great
act.
job.
And Judge, class act.
Second, what he's asking, it's contractual. I hope, that when the time comes, the administration will take care of it. I just have the question, did he budget for the new hires if he's going to hire people? Did he budget for those positions?
Yeah.
Director Salmi?
Yeah, so thank you. That's a good question. So yes, the wages and fringes are all based on a number of employees that, that we're requesting. We have a open position there now. So all of my budgets are based on positions needed, and some of those are vacant. So that's why you may see some lines in the salary lines that are less and not meeting the budget expectations. That's because we're understaffed.
Okay, thank you, John.
Short answer, yes.
Questions on number 28. Next, we have page number 29. This is the police department.
Please give me a second.
Of course, the non-union wages will be discussed on Tuesday. So let's move on to page 30. 30 is the police department budget.
Wait,
Madam Chair,
Councilman Baydoun,
Are we going to discuss the deputy chief position?
we are going to discuss those on Tuesday with the salaries. Since that is a position.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll put it all, because, yeah, it'd be best to be discussed there along with the salaries.
Well, this is actually eliminating a position. This isn't.
Understandable.
increasing of a
That would be eliminating a salary. So that would fall under the salaries on Tuesday. Councilman Abdullah.
Madam Chair, just want to make sure that we've addressed it as far as whether we're doing this or not. If you recall, the body cameras, I'm not sure if this is the mayor's administration or the police chief, but I know we had discussed it. Is that gonna be, are we still budgeting for that? Are we not budgeting for that?
That's the next page.
Okay.
Yeah, right now we are on page 29.
Right.
Any further questions on 29? Like I said, it's mostly going to be addressed on Tuesday. On page 30.
Madam Chair.
Are you on
Yes,
page
29?
29, go ahead.
We have police FOIA coordinator. It's been eliminated. Who's handling the FOIAs?
I believe the chief of
The
staff. does
chief
that.
is coming in. Let's let him get set up and ask us, because I think he's out of the area. So he's coming in and out with his internet connection that he's dealing with. Chief Myers?
Hello, this is Chief Myers. Are you back on there still?
Yes,
Yep,
we
can
were
you hear me now?
questioning the police FOIA position and why it was no longer in there.
I believe that it'll be contingent upon, it'll be contingent upon us getting the body cameras. There's not, with the body cameras comes the need for the additional position. Without those, that position's not necessary. I believe the mayor has a plan on how to be funded, and that position would probably be included at that point, but I would defer to him if that's incorrect.
Refresh your memory, how much was the body cams going to cost?
We're out for our RFP right now. The body cameras are going to cost probably somewhere between $700,000 and $1 million, $700,000 and $1 million. $1 million's on the high side. That's
But it
for
was
a
spread over
5 year.
5 years, you said, right?
Yeah, that's over a 5-year contract. So that there's some upfront costs on the first year, and then diminishing costs for the next 4 is how most are set up.
We're trying to decide if we put it back in the budget, how much we should budget for you.
I know that the mayor had a idea of how he wanted it funded, but if it were to go back in the budget, it depends on the company, but a starting number of $250,000 would be a number for 1 year that I think would be safe, because I do know the first year has higher costs than years 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable too.
Can we do a budget amendment on that when it comes time?
I think it's better to have it there and then worry about a budget amendment later. It's my opinion. This is for our safety. This is for you and me, and just to help save us from a possible lawsuit. One lawsuit could cost us more than that.
Yeah.
And if we do get the grant, we can always put the money back in the general fund.
Yeah, I would budget for it personally.
I would budget for it so we can move along as quickly as possible.
Madam Chair,
Grants take a long time, as we all know.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead, Councilman Baydoun.
I'd love to hear the mayor's proposal on that. I know that the chief said that the mayor is going to has a way of doing it. So I'd love to hear what his solution or way of doing it.
Mayor, would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, we are we're putting 200 something plus in the capital outlay for this year.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, so then we do need to add that in, it looks like.
What's on the next page?
We got Councilman Baydoun, Councilman Muscat, go ahead.
Well, according to the mayor, the capital outlay is already at $462,000, and the money is there for capital outlay, which would cover body cams. So
Actually,
I think that's
I
there.
recall the chief of police saying that it was removed, so it's not there.
So we would have to add the 200,000, 250,000 to the 462 on the next page.
Correct.
Because I don't want it to go under FOIA coordinator, because then that FOIA coordinator would be $250,000, and that's just an individual person.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
agree.
no, I'm trying to keep everybody in order. Let's get off page number 29 and go on to page 30 where we're actually discussing it. That's the difficulty in hopping around on pages.
Well, yeah, but we were talking about the coordinator, and then the chief said it would fall under the coordinator, depending on if they got the body cam. So, you have to address the coordinator by itself, not with the body cams, is all I'm saying.
I guess we can address that next Tuesday because that's a position.
Correct.
So
Correct.
we'll address that on Tuesday.
And then we can address the other issue on the next page.
Correct.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now we are on, any more questions for page 29 before I move on to 30? Because I do have Councilman Constant, Abdul-Haq, and Abdullah. Is your question for page 29 or 30?
29.
Go ahead,
30.
Councilman Constant.
Well, just the Councilman Abdul Haq and others talked about more money for the dispatchers so that we know we're not short. That's all. And more dispatchers.
Okay, that's going to be addressed on Tuesday. That's a salary and that's a position.
Understood. Okay.
That's
thank
why
you.
I'm saying we really have nothing left to discuss on 29. If it's a salary or position, then we need to save it for Tuesday. Go ahead, Councilman Abdul-Haq. If it's not salary or position, we can go ahead and discuss.
Well, I'm looking at the overtime. Was 1,075,000 before, now it's 650.
Which page are you on?
I am on 30.
Okay, yeah, we're on page 29 right now.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Councilman, I'll call you first on page 30 though.
Thank you.
Councilman Abdullah, did you have anything
Mine is in
further?
regards to page 30.
Okay, let's go with Councilman Abdul-Haq then. We are on page 30 now. We've agreed to add in the 250,000 for the body cams. Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
250,000 for the body cams. So we can get moving on it. And if we do get a grant, we can just take the money and add it back to the general fund. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll add that back in. Next, I have Councilman Abdul-Haq.
Okay, I just need to know what's 101 300 707 000. Cross guards,
Oh, this is
150.
schools.
Is that the schools?
Council Chair,
Go ahead, Chief Myers.
crossing guards by state law are the responsibility of the municipality that provides police services. So that is all of our crossing guards. We've been down because of COVID, because not some schools are open, some aren't. But historically, that is the amount that we need to budget for those positions.
Does that include the schools?
That's exactly, I'm not sure what your question is. Yes, we have to do it for the schools.
Do we get reimbursed from the schools at some percentage?
No, but according to state law, Michigan state law requires that the police departments do the crossing guards, provide crossing safety if needed based on numbers. So it's our responsibility as a municipality to provide that service to the school districts by state legislature.
Okay, then I have the closing 101 300 713 000. You budgeted $200,000. If I assume you have around 120 officers, we're looking at $18,000 per person. Doesn't that seem too much money for clothing?
Actually, that number actually also includes contractual agreements for uniform allowances.
So there's multiple things built into that uniform. You have the uniform allowance, which is 2% of their base pay of every member of the police department and the dispatchers. I'm going to look it up and try to get you I got pretty close to the exact numbers too. You're also talking about the vests that we have to purchase in advance. It's also, then we do write a grant to try to get 50% of it back. New hire uniforms, which cover about $2,000 each. And then it's also because we have to replace weapons and preps as we get new people in. That's all built into that uniform budget so we can properly equip a brand new officer. So the largest one is actually the clothing allowance. The rest is traditional uniforms.
Now, do we buy these items or we give them as cash to the officers?
Which one?
The clothing allowances. Can we give them the money and they buy the clothing, or we buy them for them?
It's yes to both. It depends on what you're talking about. A new hire, we purchase all of their uniforms. We get them a new weapon. We get them their bulletproof vest. We get a new officer's bulletproof vest every 5 years by necessity because they wear out. But then annually, officers get to maintain all their equipment after they're a new hire, that 2% of their base salary. That's to replace shoes, uniforms, belt, leather gear, or anything else that just wears out, not that breaks. If anything that's broken in the course of duty, we also cover under that allowance.
The chief, does any of this 2% can be rolled into the pension if they choose to?
I have no idea. I'm discussing uniform allowance right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, next I have Councilman Abdullah.
This question is for the chief in regards to overtime. I know, and this is a discussion we've had many times in the past. I'm always concerned about overtime being so high. Like the last budget, we had it at 1.150 million. I know it dropped quite a bit during the pandemic, but right now we're asking for 650,000. Can that be, I don't want to use the words eliminated because that's too strong of a word. It means get rid of it altogether, but at least much more minimized with additional officers?
So there's a couple of things you're asking there. One is, yes, our overtime's been down because we were running on the emergency schedule. We weren't allowing overtime. But that number is high because we have to fill all the vacant spots that exist throughout. So if you were to get dispatchers, because right now when I have to fill a dispatcher spot, I have to either fill it with an extra dispatcher at overtime because they're working a shift outside, or a police officer or a police supervisor. So the lower we're staffed, the higher our overtime is just to fill the positions to a mandatory minimum. Then you're also talking about our details that are outside of traditional policing. So our traffic and safety enforcement and things like that. Those numbers have been considerably down. That's why you see the lower number over the course of the last 2 years. That is directly proportionate. Our traffic safety program, although we pay overtime to have officers out there to boost our traffic safety, and as you can tell right now, we really need it on our roads. The fines that the traffic safety program can produce because of our efforts to try to make the roadway safer actually outweigh the overtime that's paid.
But hiring additional officers, would that solve a lot of your problems?
I will always take more officers. I'm down 7 out of our budget right now. I believe 6 we're running short right now. But I would always be happy to take extra officers because that could eliminate some of those issues, but there's no guarantee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next I have Councilman Muscat.
Yeah, again, I'm gonna bring up the fact that we've got a line 101 300 853 000. The telephone's at 25,000. We're now, just with the 2 I've mentioned, we're at $118,000 just for telephones. We really got to look into this because it's going to grow even more by the time we get done. Just so that comment. This is, past, this has got from past administrations, this has been passed on to the public for a long time. And it's time that we put some serious thinking into this. We're talking
Chair.
telephones here.
Go ahead, Chief.
For the police department on that line item, just for the council's knowledge, if you'll look the activity through 2021, 8,000, 2019, 2020, those are actually phones. Those are cellular phones. We pay about $1,000 a month. That is that we pay for our cell phones out of forfeiture money. I believe, I'm almost positive. I have to double check. But you see in 2018, 2019, the police department, besides the internal lines, we also have to run some extra lines that went from the old copper T1 to fiber. That's where you saw that increase. But traditionally, we're running more closer to that $10,000 a year for the cellular that we use throughout the police department.
And who has all the cell phones?
If you want to list, Detective Bureau, the administration, our undercover officers, our traffic bureau, anybody that's being called in, that's on 24-hour call. So we take care of their phones for them.
Okay, this was brought up before from the past administration, and I remember them saying that they didn't have any cell phones. So
who does not have any cell phones?
They said that nobody in the city had cell phones. That was from the mayor himself at a council meeting. So I was just curious, and this is why I keep bringing up phones at the cost, because we were always told, I can only say that. I understand that you do have them and they are needed. But the fact is when I look at the expenditures and how much money we're spending on phones, and then previously we're told that nobody had cell phones. So
all I can say is on the police side, I can't speak for the entire city. On the police side, and I was able to confirm, our cellular phones that we issue to our police officers through our Verizon law enforcement package are completely funded through our federal forfeiture bill. So they're not at a cost to the taxpayers, but we have to put it in our budget because it is an expenditure that we pay out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. That's a hell of a good explanation. I appreciate it.
Yes, we have Mayor. Go ahead, please.
No, what I was going to say earlier, I think about 10 minutes ago, there was the items that you guys haven't questioned. They're on the adjusted budget that we tried to send the other day that's not being in discussion. So some of the items that you guys are already talking about, this meeting could have been a lot shorter if you guys would have seen the adjusted budget that we submitted. And this stuff here is a lot of the questions that you asked is already on the adjusted budget. As you can see, it was like
I'm really
highlighted.
sorry, but you should know you are not allowed to adjust the budget. Your deadline was April 1st. And it is up to council to make any adjustments at that point, not administration.
Again, this is like I said earlier, we had a lot of things that come up, and with COVID, and we try to make your job a lot easier by sending it to you. And this is some of the items that you guys also talked about. I mean, some stuff that you guys talked about for the last several meetings with the budget. When you guys made a recommendation, we made the adjustment, and we said that's what we try to submit, items that you guys recommended.
Yeah, that's not procedure. You know that. You've done enough budgets. We've been doing this for this is our fourth budget.
Again, I was trying to make your jobs easier, but I guess.
But we can't allow it because the charter doesn't allow it. Charter is our law, and we have to follow that.
And again, Council Chair, that's why we have a budget team. We're going by the charter. And that's why the adjustments were made, is we looked at the charter. Well, don't shake your hand, Madam Chair.
At this time, it's not worth arguing. Anybody can read the charter and see what it says, because I'm following the charter. I can respect the time you took to adjust it, and I appreciate it, but we can't, it's not procedure. It's not according to the charter.
Madam Chair, I have a question on the police department.
Sure, go ahead, Councilman Abdul-Haq.
Sorry. For our chief, we have 101-300-818 contractual services, 390,000. If the chief would be kind enough to explain what are those 390,000 used for?
Go ahead, chief.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta find the right page. All right, so without going into the exact numbers, it covers things like our archive social that does all of our media. We have to keep that for FOIA retention. Our range cleaning, our broiler inspection, Cellbrite cell phone analysis, the cleaning of the carpets, Clemis, the Elkland County report writing, CAD, 911 dispatch, all that stuff, their services, our phone call logger, the building maintenance, which is Johnson Controls for our heating and cooling and our HVAC, cutting of the lawns, our copiers, our maintenance of our right now, which is our body mics and in-car cameras, elevator services, paying for mail with the court, law enforcement, our Motorola radio systems for the dispatch, the SOR, the sex offender registry and live scan through the state police, PM technologies of our generator that we have to service every year that keeps the building running, Power DMS, which is one of our records management, cost for new hire psychologicals, the irrigation system at the Justice Center, the shred company that comes out. I can keep going, but as you can see, our contract. Would you like me to keep going?
No. This is a long list, and I'm amazed how you remember all those. I'm just asking, is this enough money for you to do all these things?
Yes. So when we do this, we maintain an internal system where we keep track of all of our contractual services. So when we present our numbers to the mayor in February every year, we have we're comfortable that without, an emergency or something coming up that's going to do it, that we're pretty much ballpark on our contractual services, so we can give a proper estimate.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have Councilman Abdullah.
Well, mine is a little bit off the budget. We've been sitting here for 4 hours. Can we take like a 5-minute break? I mean, if it's possible.
You read my mind, Dave.
Let's do that. I'm the one
Chair?
that can't pop in and out like everybody else can.
Right. Neither can I.
Council,
I'm
Council
stuck
Chair.
here.
I just did.
Council Chair. This is Chief Myers.
Chief Myers, go ahead.
If we can finish up with the police one, I'm on
Yes.
vacation actually right now, and I'm driving through the state forest. So I'm going in and out of service, and I'm trying to maintain with you. But if we can finish the police one, I'd appreciate it because I might not be back.
Let's do that out of respect for him. Let's go now, page 31. We will be discussing next Tuesday at 6 p.m. because it does involve wages. And then page 32, is the fire department. So
we're done with the police.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all done. Go enjoy your vacation, Chief.
Yeah. Enjoy your time.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Baydoun, did you have a question before we break?
Well, I just wanted to be unmuted before we break. Are we taking 5 or are we taking 10? I mean, 4.5 hours, my feet are freezing.
Freezing?
I'm sitting in the basement. I'm sitting in the basement.
Does everybody feel that they need, that just delays it. Do you need 10?
We'll come back at 1:37. No big deal.
Put some socks on, Mo.
I do.
Sounds
A double
good.
sock.
All right, what time is it?
1:27.
1:28. Let's come in at 1:38.
There you go.
Will that work? Gives somebody a chance to grab a quick bite.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Abdullah.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you, everyone. We have taken our break. Now we are resuming our budget hearing. Right now, we are on page number 32. That is the fire department. Does anybody have any questions on page 32?
If you give us a second.
32, Council Chair, just, so not the, did we skip 31 or?
31 is salaries. We're doing that on
okay.
Tuesday.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Now 32, I'm trying to remember. Police chief, is there any thing that we had decided to change in regards to your budget on this page? Or anything that you felt necessary?
I don't think we had any changes that I can remember.
Okay, I don't have anything noted here. Okay, do any of the council people have any questions in regards to this?
Just a quick question for the chief, Madam Chair.
Councilman Abdullah?
So for the chief, being that we are, and I should ask this to the police chief also, being that we are in a COVID situation, I'd imagine, especially in you guys' end where you have a coordinator, grants coordinator, have we been able to apply for a lot of the, I'd imagine a lot of grants are out there available to us to be able to get during this COVID time that we are in?
Yeah, absolutely. From the very beginning, we've been very careful with how we've been tracking everything. Lieutenant Martin has been unbelievable through this, gotten a lot of money. She's worked closely with Chief Gavin, also to make sure that no grants have slipped through the cracks, and we've gotten every bit of money, probably even more than we were expecting to get from them. And the rules of the grants seem to change very frequently, and so she's been really good at staying up to date with every one of the changes that are happening to make sure that we maximize every dollar we can get.
That's great. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, and I do believe that grant writer Jamal wants to chime in on this. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding first to respond to some of your question about the police budget regarding the camera cam and the repair and update for the dispatch, there is a 460 already been allocating based on the chief request for the dispatch, and there is $200,000 being allocated. You asked for 250. We'll make the adjustment. It's whether we make the adjustment or not at the final budget to you, we can always amend it. And we are in support, the mayor in support of this. Regarding the grants, you have in this city a great, grant writer in the fire department. From my short working with her, I discovered that this is unbelievable coordination. The mayor already established a grant executive team. The team included Deputy Chief Boyles, Lieutenant Martin, myself, and other department heads depend on which the grant is. We also established a tracking system for the grant. Chief, thank you for your department effort. Perfection in terms of tracking, and there is about $2.5 million right now out. We are going to be receiving from the effort that the chief and his staff, specifically Lieutenant Martin, put in it. Thank you. And have
Thank you.
And I'm done.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right. Let's move on here. Any further questions in regards to page number 32 by any of the council members?
Madam Chair?
Councilman Abdullah.
Yes, thank you. We have overtime 400,000. I am asking the chief, is it cheaper if you hire some extra people than this number of overtime?
So the overtime isn't just for, when we are fully staffed, then the overtime does come down. And we weren't fully staffed for a big portion of the year, not because of we were budgeted for the positions, but just before all the retirements that we had hit, I guess I'm talking about last year's budget, but just before the retirements when City Hall closed down. And so all the hirings had to stop. And so we were shorthanded, and that's why the overtime numbers are so high this year. Hire some more, or if we were to hire, once we're fully staffed, 400,000 we'll be able to lower that number somewhat. But again, this is our best guess because you could have injuries. There's lots of different things that can cause overtime more than just a manpower shortage. Our training is done through a lot of the training is done off duty, which creates overtime, some of the mandatory training. And so there's more than just manpower shortage that's in that overtime line.
Okay. You have some problem with the building on Beach Daily.
Yes.
And I understand you've been talking to the city engineer, Mr. Ali D. Did you budget approximately some rough number for the repair which need to be done?
Well, so there's going to be, we're working on, there's going to be several different options on how we're going to handle the repairs to the building because they're quite significant. The problems with the building are larger than we had thought. And so I've been working closely with the engineer, with Director Selmy and the mayor, and I'm putting together some things right now so we can come forward with the three different choices that we're going to have to be looking at. And then we're gonna have to find ways of funding them, but it won't be done. Mr. Hassan Jamal also has been involved in this process, but it's yeah, it's a very big number, and it's nothing that we're addressing right now. Currently, it's gonna have to be done. We're have to find some means of funding for that.
Okay, yeah, that's understandable.
Okay, one last thing. You have a great Lieutenant Martin. She has brought lots of money to the city and grants. I would recommend you submit something either to the administration or the city council to show our appreciation to her, not just by piece of paper, with some monetary gift too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Hassan Jamal and I have Treasurer Hicks. If this is in regards to the grant, he's already addressed it. Okay, because I'm not going to run this much. This is going way too long and we've already determined we don't need that. Go ahead. Treasurer, where'd she go?
Muted on the bottom beneath you.
She must, she's not in here.
She's on my screen. She's right under you, Madam Chair.
Oh, there she is. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Trip.
Thank you. I got muted.
I know, I don't know what happened. I didn't touch it.
I'm so sorry. Yes, this is about the fire department's budget. I just noticed something here. If we look down, and I just need clarification, Chief, but looking at 101-335-991-008, this is the aerial fire truck and the squads. That is your principal payment. Principal payment is in this budget cycle for November 2021, which is you have 124,000. That is correct, but there's also an interest payment along with that of $6,274.87. That puts you at 130,274.87 for November 21st. I do not see that interest on a separate line item, which if you go down to 101-335-992-008, that interest of 4,200 is actually the May 2022 interest payment for your fire truck and squad. So therefore, if I may make a recommendation, you take it for what it's worth, unless I'm wrong, but I would increase that item that I first mentioned by that 6274.87. That's directly from the debt payment schedule.
Okay, I think, what about the line above that says ambulance debt interest? I think that might be, I think I had those tied together in my head. So that's,
it's got a 0 on it.
oh,
That the line above it, ambulance debt principal. But this is the interest is missing. So we're missing interest in this budget unless it's somewhere else. But it's 6,274.87. That is part of that November big payment, that 130,000 and some change. I don't see it in here, and I don't want you to be short or thrown off by that amount.
No, that's correct. For some reason, I had it in two separate lines that added up to that amount. But,
okay.
But I think we somehow changed that and then forgot to add it back in again.
Yep. So you'd want to, the council, I would recommend, my recommendation, if the chief concurs, is to add that back in somewhere for your interest.
Yeah, on that line is where we're going,
Yes.
right? So,
That is correct. Yep. Unless you're one to keep the principal and interest separate, because the principal is $124,000. It's
Yeah.
just there's interest along with that payment, which is, again, I'm going to say the whole payment so clerk can hear it as well. Is $6,274.87. That is directly off the payment schedule.
right. And so I guess just to be clear also on the, for the line 335-992-006 and right below that 008. At one point I had $2,000 in one and 4,200 in the other, which adds up to that same amount. And so I'm not sure what it says now.
Yeah,
but
the only thing
total
it's
should be-
made, yeah, I'm sorry, that, I thought your 4,200 would have been the interest, because there's only an interest payment due on the fire truck and rescue in May of 2022.
Okay.
So it's still in the fiscal year, but that's a whole nother interest payment by itself for the aerial fire truck and squads.
Okay.
So, hope that helps. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Any further questions on page 33? 34?
No, we
Yeah.
skipped. All right,
No, you skipped.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You're right. I did. Any more questions on page 32? 32 is where we're at. I flipped ahead because I knew we were almost done. Okay, next is page 33. That is salaries that will be discussed on Tuesday. Now we move to page 34, which is building and engineering.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdel Haq.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we did, you did post, or the clerk posted that on Tuesday, the 18th, there is no city council or study session. So I hope that we post that there will be a study session.
We will.
Yeah, that the clerk's office takes care of that. They're
Okay.
already aware of it. They
Thank
already
you.
said,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's not necessary. They can change that at any time.
Okay.
That's not part of the budget right now.
No, I just noticed it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Page number 34, building and engineering. Please look at that page and let me know if there's anything. Councilman Muscat.
101-371-981.500. Capital lay under 5,000. We have $40,000 there. What do we need for capital outlay in this department? Is Rick Waitman there?
Rick is here. Yes, he is. I'm gonna unmute him. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, that $40,000 is for us moving into the assessor's office and for all the new countertops and some of the stuff that we'll need for all the computer stuff and all of that.
That much money to make a move, huh?
Well, it's a pretty big move. I mean, it's double the size of the building department. And we're gonna have electricians in there, the computer guys in there, plus we're gonna have to add computers.
Does that count them moving back into your room?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a combination of both departments.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Makes sense.
Because our department's pretty well set for them already.
Well, you can do the electrical work for free, can't you?
No, I'm not allowed to work in the city.
I'm just trying to save a buck here.
There you go.
Madam Chair.
Got Councilman Baydun next.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. And I just kind of wanted to just reiterate a little bit here. You know, I know that I spoke with Director Watland and he was showing me all the new counters and everything that's going up. We also have to keep in mind that, you know, lumber and everything's up. I mean, expenses have shot up, especially with the shortage across with COVID. So, I mean, to me, I see it's also being very fair at only 40,000.
Okay, next we have Councilman Abdul Haq.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a part-time 101-371-707-100. I see we went up from 50,000 to 240,000 for overtime. Are we short-handed and we need to work, on weekends, or we going to hire some people to basically have full staff in that office?
Yes, we are gonna hire some part-timers. Plus, some of that overtime is a lot of plan review that Ollie takes home and I take home, which I don't get the overtime, but Ollie does.
Isn't it easier if we hire some people who are qualified inspectors to do this kind of work? Isn't it cheaper?
Yes, but it would only be kind of half the year because, the summertime is more busier. That's when we need the part-timers because we usually hire 2 to 3 inspectors for the summer and then let them go for the winter.
Okay, how long it takes, for Ali or whoever is doing the review of the plans, how much time they need before normally approve plans?
It matters on the plan. Like, Gordon Foods is $1.5 million. It probably took them 6 hours. And it's kind of really impossible to do it in the office because of all the interruptions, people at the counter, phone calls. So that's what we're dealing with now.
Okay, thank you.
But with the plan review, there, just like that $1.5 million, the plan review paid us almost $4,000 for just the plan review. So it is well covered.
I understand. I just want to make sure that your office is running efficiently and on time, because some people complained in the previous years that their plans take up to 30 days to be approved. And we like to speed it up because we want to attract businesses and we want to speed up all the processes in the right way.
Well, the plan review right now has taken no more than 8 days.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Councilman Abdullah.
This question is for the director, Rick. I've had some residents or contractors, if you want to call it, complain that are, and they could be right, they could be wrong. I just want to get your take on it. That our permit fees are quite a bit higher than most other cities. I was just wondering if you could give us your opinion on that, and are we that much higher? Because if we are, that would not, I want to be as fair as possible or as similar as possible to many other cities. So their concern is this is just straight up, I don't want to say a profit center, but a percentage of it, a good percentage of it is a profit center.
That I haven't really investigated, but I know that we're kind of comparable to Dearborn's and other ones, but I can look into that.
If you don't mind, I'd appreciate it. I just want to make sure, I'm not saying don't charge people, but it's just got to be fair, similar to other communities in the area. That's all.
Right.
And I'm not saying it is high. I don't know. That's what.
Yeah, I could see how some of them are high, especially the building permits. They could be high, like $1 million job. It costs, $35,000 for a permit fee. So
that's what they said. I think they said about $3.50 per.
Right.
Per. So they said it's just way higher than other cities. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But out of that permit fee for anything new built, we're also paying for final grade cert. So that's a pretty good, that's $1,500, $1,600, $1,700 bill that we're paying out of that. So I mean, it's kind of all added in instead of saying, here's your building permit and then here's your engineering fee, So
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Madam,
I'd appreciate you looking into it. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Abdul Haq, you've already spoke.
I know.
Is there anything further?
Yes. Sorry. Sometimes, I have more than one question, but it's courtesy for somebody to ask. If he can explain to us, the director, please, how the CFO works in our city, because lots of people complain that, we shouldn't have CFO, we shouldn't have a new inspection. Can you explain for us and for the residents how this works?
Sure. Any house sold in the city gets an inspection, and if there's any issues, they're written. We go back and then they get their certificate of occupancy if everything's, repaired. And then after that, that's pretty much it. They get a CFO, and then if it changes hands again, the same thing goes on. And then now we're bringing back the rental program, because we're noticing even a lot of the rentals are going down because no one's watching them. So
that is true. Do we have any ordinance that every year or every 3 years we have to inspect those rental properties?
I have not seen the new ordinance. Mr. Roberts has said that he would have it in 2 or 3 weeks. So once we see it, I'll be able to give it to you and show you that it's going to be every time it turns over, or it might be just a 3-year.
I hope that we keep on top of this, because this should generate lots of income for the city and keep the slum landlords, at check.
Yes, that's why we're really fighting to get it back, because
Thank you.
Any further discussion on page 34? $35 is salaries, so we will go on beyond that. We will address that on Tuesday. 36 is the ordinance department. Any questions in regards to this department?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul-Haq, I have Councilman Musk back first.
he can go
please.
ahead.
Ordinance is a very near dear thing to me. And I know that we're going to be discussing Tuesday salaries, but, and I guess this would go to the mayor, I believe, or to Director Elizabeth Soba Perry, about increasing the staff for this this department. They're very understaffed, and every year we have the same situations going on with grass and blight. We don't see it too much in the wintertime because, of course, the snow and bare trees. But now we see it as springtime comes along. We don't have enough people. And if the director of the department can chime in and see how many people he needs, and then go to the mayor to see if we can increase the amount of people and work with the union as far as part-time people go. We can start, I guess, with the director of the department.
Yes. Well, I have the mayor unmuted. Let's ask the mayor first.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so I did talk to Director Dishram regarding his what he needs, and we are working on it. We had one person we already talked to the union. As you know, as union person, it's very tricky and very sensitive topic. So they're willing to work with us, the union, and we discussed one of the things for animal control, and they were able to accommodate, for the time being. But Mr. Dishram and I, we discussed additional personnel, and we are working on that concern also for staffing issues, as you mentioned.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not going to rest until this department gets fully staffed and is able to do their jobs efficiently, and looking into getting them some sort of ability to write tickets, okay, for cars parked on the street when they're not supposed to be there, and situations like that. Other cities allow their ordinance departments to do this. We need to follow suit. We need to clean up this city. It's gotten out of hand, okay? And they're doing the best they can with the tools that we've given them. We need to give them open up the toolbox a little bit and start sharing those tools with them. And I'm gonna be staying on you, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
We're working on it, and Mr. Dishram he's not shy. He's been asking for stuff, so.
Mr. Disrupt's got a friend in me, so I'm gonna be in his corner with a baseball bat.
No need for the bat. We'll work on it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Councilman Abdul Haq next.
Maybe Bill wants to, the director wants to answer.
I just
Director Dishroom, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilman Abdul Haq.
You're
Listen, I appreciate any and every bit of support, money, personnel, equipment. I have a laundry list of things that I want and that I need. Obviously, I've only been here like 5 or 6 weeks, so I'm new in the game here, but I am very passionate about getting this city cleaned up. There's a lot of work to be done, and I'm looking forward to the challenge of doing that with everybody's assistance, including the residents, council members, everybody. Again, I appreciate the support. We need a lot of things, so I'll just leave it at that. I think Mayor Bazey covered the majority of what needed to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions in regards to this page?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilman Abdul Haq.
Just want to ask the director, did he budget for the car rentals, the leases?
Mayor Bazey, did you want to answer that? We were talking about that. We're getting, I think we have about a year left. We are getting we have new tablets for the department, which is separate from the old tablets. So we have some other obstacles that we need to overcome because the old vehicles have mounts in them that need to be taken out. And we have about a year left on the current vehicles. Some of the paint's chipping off them. There are some issues to be discussed with that. Also, I was considering hopefully purchasing the F-150 that we have in the fleet as the backup truck to the current one, the F-250 that we have, number 65, in case that one goes out of service. So there's no disruption of service for animal control. So we are talking about that. I'm hoping to meet with the mayor very, very soon on that.
Because I don't see any number here in your budget for paying the lease on those cars.
Contractual services.
No, that actually, I believe those were paid for out of the building department budget, but I could be wrong. Okay. Contractual services is for the animal shelter.
Also, too, Director Dishram, I got a question. Do we have a mileage limit on those leases?
I don't think so. Most of them are under miles.
I figured that anyways, but I just was cautious that if we are getting close to going over mileage, should we budget if we have to pay some kind of fee?
Yeah, I'll double check and look into that. Most of them are very, very reasonable on the miles, so we have a lot to consider. We could purchase them. There's a lot of options. I have to meet with Mike from Enterprise. I think him and I and the mayor are going to meet and try to figure something out moving forward. Because like I said, I think we have about 12 months left on that lease. So Mike from Enterprise is going to explain all of our options, what our best options are moving forward to help save money, which is always good, right?
Always good. All right, thank you. I have Councilman Constant. Go ahead, please.
My question was answered about the tablets and about the cost of tying in, and maybe the assessor's office and building can do it together, but I'm all set.
Okay, any more questions on page 36? 37 is salaries, so we will discuss that Tuesday. 38 is DPW Highway Department. Any questions on this page? Councilman Constant.
I'm just looking, grass cutting is that 60,000? So that's contracting out grass.
I think that would be under contractual services.
City grass cutting. I don't.
We've got Director Selmy in here. Let me ask him to explain.
Hello there. Yep, so that's a standalone item. That is a contractual item that the council approved. We went out to bids last year. We were paying upwards of $90,000. We got that bid down to 45. I added an additional 15,000 just in case we come upon some things that maybe, get overwhelmed by ordinance or something, that we have some backup plans with that.
All right, thank you.
Now, I have a question. What is the contractual services that we still have in here for $90,000?
That is Dearborn Tree, which are under contract with the city. I'll actually be coming to the council at the next meeting to extend their contract per the original award, if the council so chooses.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Councilman Baydoun.
And it's a quick question for John Salome. Thank you so much. Maybe I can even ask you after the meeting, but I know that there are some residence homes that were having some lines that were repaired and they had to replace the grass on the easement on some of these residence homes. Is that budgeted under grass? Is that what that is?
No, so that's done in the water and sewer budget, and that's a capital project there. And the contractor has everything cut out. Obviously the weather hasn't been cooperating.
Okay.
He's
I
close to completing everything, including concrete restoration.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We have Councilman Abdallah.
Yes, I have two questions. We have the tree removal, 90,000. How we decide which trees we going to cut in the city?
Well, we the city have a tree crew. Obviously we trim trees. If the tree is dead, we remove it. That contract is for trees that are beyond our scope, our abilities. And secondly, to do stumping. We don't do any stumping. We sub all that work out.
Okay, if there is some tree, it's on, let's say, by the driveway of somebody, and it could be dead and the owner is not removing it. Do we have the capability to remove it and charge the owner of the property if he refused to remove it?
Yeah, so there's part of the ordinance there. I would send them a letter, give them 30 days to make the correction. If the correction is not done, then there's a provision that we could cut the tree down and then charge them what our costs are.
Okay, the second thing is 101-440-880-000 road repair. I see 600,000. Is that enough, to do repairs on our streets, and how you put your priorities to repair the streets in the city?
Right. So this is for road panel repair, things of that nature. This is not the road budget. There's a separate budget for when we do mainline paving. This is for maintenance activities. A couple sections of road are bad. How we prioritize that is through the winter. We receive calls on a daily basis. My supervisors, as I speak today, are out marking areas. Our contractor will be starting early next week or the following week. And we do panel replacement is what we call it. And we also do catch basin repairs that are sunk and things of that nature. So that is solely based on complaints, and trust me, there's no shortage of those. And then secondly, the road budget, which you'll be seeing here shortly, that's mainline paving, like what we're doing over off Ann Arbor Trail right now, or like we did last year with Charlesworth. So those are a couple of separate funds for that. But these activities are done, mainly for local road repair, not mainline paving.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
questions in regards to this page? Okay, this time, we move on to page 39, which is the Recreation Department. We did not discuss the salaries. We'll go on to page 40. This is the Recreation Department. Is there any questions in regards to the Recreation Department? Councilman Adela?
The next one.
Okay, well, I have some questions in regards to it. The Spirit Fest, are we still moving forward with the Spirit Fest? Or are we doing away with it? Can anybody answer that?
I think we're only on a hiatus.
Yes.
Okay, because I wasn't sure. It's in the budget and I was just, because it was last year and we used 0 of it. Hold on, let's bring the mayor on. He's got his hand up. Go ahead, please.
I think the director wanted, that's before, with the restrictions, we weren't sure what we're gonna do, but we want to keep it to see if we can actually amend the budget if we have to do something else.
Okay, I didn't know if we were going to go in a different direction or we're going to continue on with the Spirit Fest because it's been kind of fizzling out over the years.
Yeah, I think the residents want it, so we wanted to see what happens with the lifting of the restrictions. So we want to protect for it for now.
Okay, and also too, I have a question on, there's a $50,000 for fuel for the senior trips. And I know that we're barely going on any, I mean, I enjoy them, don't get me wrong, but last year, well, we don't even use the 50,000. Is that amount really necessary? Considering we're not even going on a quarter of the trips that we've been going on and we're already into the year. Is the director of?
Yeah, this is for, again, this budget obviously is for next year, so we want to protect for it. I think Comptroller Badger wants to say something about that.
Go ahead, Comptroller.
Yeah, in our meeting with the directors, we were told that basically they're going to ramp them back up. So she doesn't anticipate the budget being that much different than what it should have been. She thinks that we're going to go back to normal pretty soon. Maybe a couple of months, it'll be filtering back in, and then we should be back pretty close to normal on that. That's what the director's opinion was.
Okay, because I looked the one year that we did use it, we requested 50,000 and we only used 39,000 in gas. So I didn't know why the difference, how we budget for 50,000 when we've never even used that much.
Diesel fuel went up too.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Now I know there was some of the things were canceled towards the end of the year.
Oh yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Baydoun.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to, I think just wanted to put it out there about the Spirit Festival. I think it's a staple in this community, and I like what the director did, where she said, "Hey, we didn't use it this year. Let's put it towards repairing some of the recreational department." And I think we should actually budget it. I would even say I would have liked to seen us maybe budget a little bit more, just in case. I know that I know at the Canfield Center we've been doing the little festival that's been kind of going around, or maybe we can coordinate with people within the community. During Ramadan, maybe we can put some towards that as well. But I definitely think that the Spirit Festival, as growing up, I know my nephews and nieces look out, enjoy it. The kids that are leaving the high school and the middle school are so excited whenever they see the signs up. So I think that's important that we do keep that. Maybe even if we have to up that, I would love to see that.
And okay, next I have Councilman Abdel Haq.
Thank you.
I see the first 4
You'll
letters.
get it sometime.
Councilman Abdel has been around a lot longer than you. So once I see the first 4, I'm automatically saying
That's
his
all right.
name.
I just have a simple question. Do we separate all the money which we collect from the senior citizens for their trips in a separate account, or we put it in a general fund where we put the money we collect from them when they go on trips?
Appears that our Director Constant is not in on this. So Mayor, would you like to answer that?
Let me.
Yeah, we're checking.
I just want to make sure it is separated from the fund.
Madam Chair,
Councilman, hold on, please. Councilman Constant, hold on, please.
I'm holding
Okay,
on.
Mayor, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, we're looking.
I can search, I'm searching for it. You guys can go on to the next thing and then I can, as soon as I find it, I'll tell you.
Okay, Councilman Constant, you are next.
Well, there's regarding any payments, those are processed through the recreation department. So if somebody comes in and signs up for this or that, and then the recreation department does make allotments to Little League and different things. But quickly regarding the Spirit Festival, I mean, we had some functions, some Chamber of Commerce functions, Taste of the Heights and so forth. I know that Hype Athletic Center had their diversity days. And I know now we have, instead of the ice arena, elite sports. So maybe all that can be combined. There was always a lot of discussion about alcohol at the Spirit Festival. I think that people who come from outside the city and maybe not the best patrons are the ones that want the alcohol. I would think we can do it, and I would think we can do it alcohol free. Well, and doing something in combination with the other groups like Elite Sports and possibly Hype, something the whole community can be involved in. Thank you.
I love that idea.
Something, maybe with food trucks. I know the Wade shows, they have their own concessions and food trucks, but, we had a major sponsor every year. And with that, the Spirit Festival didn't cost the city anything.
Next, we have Councilman Muscat.
Yeah, when the seniors and you go on a lot of these trips, Council Chair, and I enjoyed them and really wish they came. With the COVID, I couldn't go on any. But when we pay for those trips, it pays for the trip. Recreation's not making any money on this. They're just getting everything all together. They pay for the bus ride or whatever, and there's really nothing to look at other than they pay for the trip.
Sometimes I think we get a reduced rate because we come in a group and we are seniors.
We do, and so that's how the money is allocated. They pay for a trip. Trip costs $10,000. You get people to pay $10,000 worth or whatever the amount of money is, and it's a great program. So I think that's how the money is allocated.
Councilman Constant, did you say something?
I think it's revenue neutral. So if Bianco Tours charges $20 a passenger to go to wherever, that's what everybody pays. And then there's also the ski club, and the ski club, that money stays with the ski club. Jerry used to really run both the Spirit Festival and the ski club.
Okay, at this time, the comptroller has our answer, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just kind of supporting what was already just said, but it looks like, there's no credits really coming in except for like very minor ones that basically if they overspend, it comes out of the senior citizen GL number, which is right, a couple above it. But yeah, it's minute. That was under $100 one time in the last year and a half. So it's pretty much revenue neutral.
Before we move on. 41's employee pay issue. Next is 42. 42 is the Richard A. Young Center.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Constant.
Yeah, I know the gym floor is being redone. There's a whirlpool there that doesn't get a lot of use, and it has a problem with being cleaned. It has, I would say, the years I've been going there, 3 or 4 people a week. But other than that, it's a nice center. It's a good meeting place. They get money from the room rentals. And there was talk about using the area where the tennis courts is now eventually for a city pool or something. But that's all I would say. I think of the 300 patrons it had, 30 have come back, post-COVID, now that it's reopened, and that may be a challenge, as it was for all the gyms.
Okay, Councilman Baydoun, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't know I muted myself, but I'm looking at line item 101-692-709 for overtime. When I went to the Richard A. Young Center, I know I spoke with some of the employees there, and one of their issues was overtime and not being able to stay. So there are times where there are events where they're extremely busy. We didn't accommodate for overtime, so they were leaving, and then there was one or two people that were working, trying to help facilitate with over 100 or 200 people. So I would love to see a little bit of budget in there for overtime if needed. And if we don't, then hey, we can, push that back, but I would hate to see that stay at zero.
Any further discussion on page 42?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Abdul Haq?
Madam Chair, can we get maybe the mayor to speak on that?
Okay, yeah. First of all, is there anybody from Recreation here representing Director Constant? She's not here. Okay, hold
Madam
on.
Chair,
Hold on, Councilman, please.
I'm sorry.
We're letting the mayor go next.
Thank you, Councilman Baydoun. I will definitely look into it.
Thank you.
We'll make the adjustment.
And you know what it is? It's like sometimes like when there's a basketball meet or there's a wrestling meet and a bunch of different people are showing up at once. If somebody's working till 4 o'clock and it's getting very busy, they're asked to leave. And because there's no room or adjustment there for overtime, from what I've been told.
Okay, we'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Abdul Haq.
thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask our mayor, please, let's pay more attention to our senior centers because those are very important to our residents, and that's a good place for them to go spend time and socialize. So in the future, please, let's put more money toward those buildings because they are old and they need renovations.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Constant.
Two things. Number one, regarding the Richard Young Center, I believe there's one full-time staff person whose salary and who, like, for example, I don't think comes in on Monday, so there's no overtime there. And then the rest of the front desk people and the janitorial staff are part-time. But, and I know this really isn't strictly budget. There was some discussion about the Berwyn Center, the school district wanting to use some of the building. So I don't know if that's up for discussion. I know, unlike the Eaton Center, we own the Berwyn Center. So but there's an increased need for grade schools in the area, according to the Crestwood superintendent, and I would agree. So that's just something to be looked at budget-wise and facility-wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion in regards to this page? Let's move along. Page 43 is the Planning Commission. Any question on the Planning Commission budget? Next, page 44. This is the cable TV department budget. Any questions in regards to the cable TV budget? Councilman Abdullah, and you are muted.
Okay, so I had addressed this when we had the original session on this in regards to the more capital outlay in regards to the studio. And at this particular point, we only have $100,000 allotted. And I definitely think we should bring that back up to 500,000. At the worst case, if we couldn't get it done on time, worst case scenario, that just moves over to the next year's budget.
Okay. So are you proposing that we change it to 500,000 at this time?
Unless there was something that was problematic about that. I know at one point, former Chief Lee Gavin, our emergency director, had talked about that.
Let's ask him his reasoning, because there may be, oh shoot, he moved.
Oh, he's right there.
No, I mean, I want to go on mute him and he switched screens.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. In regards to that, you know, the mayor and Mariana and Bob Ancrap are working on the new studio inside City Hall. So that was their goal. So as to the Berwyn situation, they were going to try to get City Hall up and running with new equipment. So they're going to use PEG fees and however that works out. So we did not put in the capital outlay for the Berwyn facility. I'm sure if, you know, the council wants it, they could, you know, explain to the mayor and add it in there.
I personally think it should be in there because that was, you know, it gives a lot of information to a lot of the residents. And even though right now we're going to be working on city council facilities, you know, remember this budget's for 1 year starting, you know, in June for another 12 months. So definitely in the later part of the year, at least this year, if not beginning part of next year, we'd be able to work on what do you call it, studio.
So that's probably a good idea. If, you know, if the council wants it, like I said, I'm sure the mayor and Mariana would add that, you know.
Is that enough for you to, do you need that amount to spend in a year? Or do you feel that you're going to just get started, not really need the full amount this year, maybe more next year?
You know, we had some prior bids we submitted to the council before in the area, $450,000. And that would be a lot of new equipment. I met a gentleman over there last week to get, you know, some Comcast equipment fixed. And he said it might even be cheaper than that. You know, a lot of the technology has come down in price, cameras, this and that. So we haven't had an estimate in over a year. I know they've got some estimates on City Hall. And I don't know exactly what that price range is, but you know, 450 is in the ballpark. You could always make additions, or if you're over budgeted, the money will go back.
What do council members want to do? Well, we'll bring the other council members on and we'll discuss it. I have Councilman Muscat, Councilman Baydoun, and then Councilman Abdul-Haq. Go ahead, Councilman Muscat.
Thank you, Council Chair. Let's not forget this PEG fee and studios is restricted funds. We could actually make it $1 million as long as the money goes back to the PEG funds, which it obviously will. It doesn't matter what we have in budgeted. The money is there. We can use it at any time necessary. So we could actually add $1 million to that and it would go back to the PEG fee eventually. So it really doesn't matter if we keep it at 100,000, 500,000, or $1 million. The money is there to use when we need it. So it's really a moot point at this time.
Okay, Councilman Baydoun. Councilman Baydoun.
Where'd he go?
He might have got, oh, there he is. He's muted. Sorry.
Sorry about that, guys. So I agree with Councilman Abdullah. I think we should definitely bring that up. But I know that from the last meeting that we had that we're getting grants and money from the COVID relief. Is any of that money, maybe the mayor can answer that, or Mariana can answer, or even Hassan Jamal, can we use some of that grant COVID money or that COVID relief money towards fixing that, or no?
Again.
So it can't? I see the mayor just nodding his head.
Yeah, no, I got Hassan Jamal. I just, Jamal?
Yes.
I just unmuted you. Go ahead, please.
Answering first, Councilman Muscat, he is correct. We have in the PIC fund over $1.2 million. They are set aside. They are not included in the general fund. They are included in the corporate fund. So whenever my recommendation from the compliance point of view is to get first the bid, the estimate, then after that, when we bring to you, or when the director bring to you the cost, we'll bring with it an amendment to the budget. We can move the money based on the numbers that we get. It's a constant decision. What you want to do? You want to do 2 studios? You want to do 1 studios? It's not my area. It's above my grade. You decide what you want to do with the money. To answer you, Councilman Beydoun, yes, we can do a lot with the $24 million, 300,000. But when it comes down to the fact, we have $1.25 million in the peg that you really don't want to waste ARP fund on something you already have.
Perfect,
And those
let's go.
are not going to go anywhere. So you
Let's
can
get it
spend
going.
it. And every year will end, you have 140 coming up to that. So please, Council, decide what you want to do with the 1.5 or $1.3 million right now for the peg by the end of this year.
Thank you.
You decide.
Thank you. And I mean, we're definitely going to hold emergency manager Lee Gavin to having the greatest studio out there.
2 studio if you want.
We'll do 2 studios.
2 studio. You can
Bob
do
and
4
Crep
studio.
and Lee.
You do a mobile studio. So from my point of view as a resident of other city or whatever, mobile studio is very important. You can take that and move it anywhere. 3Ds, it's a mobile studio. You are entitled for it.
Thank you.
Councilman Abdallah.
Oh, that is some issue which we've been talking about for a long time. The salaries. Again, I will repeat that we cannot pay any salaries from this fund. It has to come from someplace else. The 78,000 must be removed from this budget. Second, I would like to tell Lisa, since our treasurer, since she is the one who invests the money, to be careful how it is invested, not for long time, because we might need this money within 2 to 3 months. So if she can keep some, on the side and invest probably 70 or 80% of it. So if we need money right away, we have money available. We don't have to go and cash CD or whatever. And I hope that we move as fast as possible to use this money, because it's been sitting for a long time. And I think it will be for very good use and benefit to our residents.
Okay, so you're asking us to remove the 78,000 in salaries? I
Yes.
agree with that because I understand that is correct.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Where do we plan on getting the additional $78,000 from?
You can get it from a franchise. You can get it from the general fund, because there was, and if Mr. Mayatki is on with us, he can, give us an opinion. There was order by federal judge on September 19th of 2019.
Yes.
And it was clear that we cannot use that money for salaries unless we want to violate a federal order by federal judge. Then we have to remove that 78,000, and we have enough money from the franchise, to cover that.
And it was alluded to me by the Kettner Group. I can call them back, but I think that was part of the problem in the audit they've found so far.
Yes.
So I don't want to repeat that. I didn't really want to say anything, but I will verify it before Tuesday. Let's, and then we'll know by then if that's okay, or do you want to remove it right now? We can put it back in Tuesday if we can keep it.
Council Chair.
Councilman Muscat?
removing it would be foolish because I don't see where it's coming out of the PEG right now. It could be coming from the franchise fee.
Exactly.
Okay, so we just got to make sure it comes from the franchise fee and not the PEG, and that's simple. That's simple to do right now. And I believe
Comptroller, okay, let's have the
Hassan
comptroller
Jamal-
verify.
Hassan Jamal can highlight that.
Well, at this point, we are running over. We're getting to an end. We have our clerk's office getting ready to leave. They've been here a full day. So let's try and keep this short.
Yeah, Hassan Jamal can keep it short. I think he can answer that.
The comptroller would know, right?
Good, he could.
Let's ask the comptroller.
Okay, I'm looking it up to see where it comes from. So again, give me a minute if that's possible. You guys can move on to whatever you wanted and I'll tell you where it's coming from now.
Okay, I'll go on to Councilman Abdullah.
Yes, Council Chair. You calling on me?
Yes.
Okay. Just question, I'm not sure who would be able to answer this, but whoever's running this particular department, but I was thinking that we could probably do some sort of collaboration between ourselves and either the senior centers or even better than, well, not even better than that, but another option, maybe with the high schools, similar to, for some of you guys that are a little older like I am, that would know Russ Gibb from Dearborn High, where they had what do you call it, department for like video and TV and movies and what have you, and maybe have some of our high school students participate in this particular studio just to either volunteer and also to learn. And again, maybe some sort of collaboration between ourselves and the high schools, or maybe with the seniors at the Berwyn Center. Just want to throw it out there as an option.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Councilman Constant.
Three things. Remember, and just to dovetail on what Councilman Abdullah said, yeah, we should have the studio doing work in collaboration with possibly the local high schools, or as was mentioned, the libraries. As the use of computers becomes more and more, the space needed for the books is becoming less and less. And just as we're going to be using the council chambers also as studio B or whatever, space is precious. And then regarding using the franchise money to run the cable department, the city attorney wrote an opinion that it can be used for salaries. I'm aware of what Councilman Musket saw, but I think we all agree we want to have a nice studio, and then we want it to have some oversight, and we want to know where the money is coming from, and that it's not, the PEG money isn't used to fill holes in other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, do we have any further discussion on 44 before we go on? We are running out of time. We are losing our clerical support real soon here.
Let's go to them.
Madam
Let's move
Chair,
along.
Madam Chair, please.
We have page number 45. It is general government employee pension. And I will agree to go back to page number 44 on Tuesday and readdress it. Will that help?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there anything on page 45?
Madam Chair.
45 is the general government employee pension.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Abdullah.
So this is not for me, but just as a reminder, if you recall, our treasurer or former treasurer, John Riley, mentioned some changes towards the top in regards to the salaries and in regards to making the supplies at $500, just FYI. If you remember, he changed the salary to $23,500.
Yes.
Okay, let's,
So don't quote me on the numbers, get it from him, but I'm just reminding
That's
you.
what I have in my notes.
you know what, we're gonna have to readdress this page on Tuesday because if we're changing a salary. So I will also bring page 45 too.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just jump in real fast? I don't see anything that says that it's coming from the PEG funds, but I'm going to do some research, and if I find anything, I'll update you guys on it, but I don't see anything just
Perfect.
in short notice.
Yeah, well, if you want, we're gonna readdress it on Tuesday, so that gives you some time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Baydoun.
sorry about that. I just, before we move any further, I know we said we were gonna vote on the studio funds for to about 500,000. You said we would get back to it. We never voted on that. Do you want to save that for Tuesday as well, or did you want to do with what Councilman
Does
Abdullah?
everybody agree to raise the studio funds to 500,000?
I do.
Councilman Abdullah does. Councilman
I
Abdullah.
do.
That's fine
yeah,
with
that's
me.
fine.
You
We
can
can get
put,
Councilman
information
Constant
out.
does. Councilman Baydoun.
Yes.
Councilman Muscat.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The money's
Okay.
there.
doesn't matter really.
All right, well, then we will change that to 500,000 if the clerk's office could please do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not a problem. All
I
right.
know-
Next, I have page 46, which is Act 345 pension expenses. We agreed that line item 101-956-706-000 must be readdressed, right?
Right.
Okay.
And the
Oh,
next
Madam
line
Chair.
too, the part-time, if you recall.
Yeah, that's
I'm-
supposed to be 47 and then 0.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna ask John Riley to come in with this on the general government employee pension. They were adjusting the salaries there. Are we adjusting anything on Act 345 pension expenses? Councilman Muscat?
Council, this is where I said earlier, everything for 345 needs to be in a 345 package itemized there. We go from page 9 to page 46 and 345 showing up in multiple pages. Why can't we just keep it all together?
I don't know. That's done to the comptroller's department. They put
So
this
that
all.
needs to be all put together, so we're not jumping around, because here's another $53,078 added on to that final bill.
But you know what? It's an order to the general line number, even though it is different, the same
It should be
department.
shown all together itemized personally.
Okay, I'm gonna let our comptroller explain that. Go ahead, please.
Okay, again, I mean, we kind of briefly touched on this, but what we're doing, and we can send it to you again, our budget that had some notes on it. And it shows how we're planning on grouping them all together. So you can see all the revenues and all the expenses side by
Thank
side.
you.
It makes it easier. That's a process though. So it wasn't something we could
Yes.
have done in the 3 weeks.
All right,
We were
thank
trying
you.
to track down where everything's going, but we've got that. It's the first thing the mayor, when he hired me, told me is the one thing that half of city council is going to tell you they want. So we started working on it.
Thank you. We have Councilman Abdul Haq.
Yes, Act 345 pension expenses. This again has nothing to do with the city. They should ask us for this amount of money. We will transfer it to their, control, and they will hire whoever they want, and they will do with it whatever they want. We should keep it out of our general fund or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, any more questions or things on the Act 345? Okay, next we're going on page 47. This is estimated revenues.
This is pretty straight up.
Yeah, library revenues.
Yeah, I don't think there's any questions on this. Okay, page 48 is salaries. So we will address that on Tuesday. And we're on the last page, 49.
Thank God.
49. Any questions? This is the library budget.
This is also salaries here.
Yeah,
So Tuesday.
and yeah, well, actually, it looks like the salary is nothing requested.
Yeah, we only have one, so we can take it up on Tuesday, right?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it went down though. It was 398 last year and went down to 389.
Well,
So,
we'll look at it Tuesday, according to.
There's Mike.
yes. Let's ask Mike McCaffrey on this.
Okay, so in terms of what was submitted, it's I'm showing that the actual proposed salaries it's 403,650. Remember we had there was a couple of changes that were there. Now what you were looking at before when it was going down is that we're taking a management position and making it a librarian position. So it's going to be a marketing and outreach position. And that was what the difference was. There should be increases in what you're looking at there. I had sent out a budget that clarified a couple of discrepancies that we had in the first one. The total should be 403,650 in terms of what the total salaries were. Did you get the updated document that I'd sent out a few weeks ago?
We have to go with this one.
We have to go with the one that was submitted on April 1st, because that's what the charter provides us to do.
Okay, well, I was asked to make the change by, somebody had a question, and so I went and submitted what that was.
No, we can do that now. If you want us to change it, we'd be happy to do that. Just tell us the amount.
Okay, it's, the total should be 403,650 for what's requested.
Salaries?
I think that's correct.
Okay, that's.
403,650?
That's
So is
correct.
that, okay, hold on. Is that 739-738-706.000?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure the clerk's office knows exactly where it is.
Okay.
What page is that?
That is the last page, 49.
Right, but the,
I have it as page 48, but it's the same line, 706.
yeah.
I thought we were gonna do the salaries on Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna, all right, we're gonna take it to the count this amount, but the final discussion will be on Tuesday.
Yes, I'll be prepared to talk about it on Tuesday too.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Baydun, I have comptroller first.
I'm sorry, yeah, just to update, yeah, this was Director McCaffrey sent in information after we submitted to you, because we had an original submission and then things changed. And when we got the new one, so there was a couple of things, and that was one of them. He also has his minor changes to utilities, dues. And, you know, so there's nothing major other than that,
Okay.
except for like 1,000 here and there. So I mean,
Librarian McCaffrey, can you please tell us where those other changes are so we can put them on it right now?
Okay, so there was a, let's see, a change to dues. All right, so, all right, there was a budget that was submitted and it did not include all the lines that I had submitted. So that's what happened initially. I sent a follow-up saying, this is what I submitted. And so when you talk about the changes in lines, the most recent budget that I sent to you should be what is reflected. Now,
I can tell you the couple of differences. I can tell you them if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Simplify.
I'd appreciate it.
Okay, the utilities should be at the one, I believe it's 110.
That's correct.
What is the line? Okay, just for the clerk's office to follow carefully, what's the line item number?
745.
745.
Yeah.
And then the next line item right below that, the dues membership, he has it at 42,000.
Yes, and the
Okay,
reason
but
it's at
it is
42,
Department 738-738. What's the rest of it? So the clerk can get it correct.
802.
802.
So
000.
it's
And that
738.
should be 42.
802.000, that's dues member, that's 745 now?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then the contractual services, which is, again, I'm blind, but I think it's,
738-818-000, sound right?
yeah, I believe,
Got
some
it.
contractual services, and that should be 84,000.
It is.
It should be 84,
Yep.
For total,
right? Total.
Yep. And then the network, which is right below that, that's the 277,000, or is that 827,000?
8271000.
No, 827,000 are the last four.
Okay, there's no 827,000. There is an
I'm sorry.
827.100.
100, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I need glasses now. And that should be 64.
That's what I already have from the original budget.
Okay.
Yep,
All
most
right,
of them, there were not a lot of changes. There was just
No.
salary and
This one dropped a little bit. The telephones,
Right.
Which was the 853000, I believe, or 100, 853100. And that dropped to 16,000. That's the only changes that I show.
Okay, what line dropped to 16,000?
Telephones, which was is that 853100?
853,000, 16,000?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure the clerk's office got these correct. I'm going to ask somebody from the clerk, yeah, Dana. I'm going to unmute you so you can tell me, did you get?
I got them all.
Perfect.
I'm all set.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
Any more changes that you had wanted on this, Librarian McCaffrey?
Those should be it. I did make a clerical change because Councilman Abdullah had a question about revenues, and the room rental thing was off. So we submitted that, and that was also corrected in the revised one in terms of.
Okay, but we're not going off the revised one. If it's corrected since the original, we need it.
All right, good.
What is the correction?
Oh, the correction is the room rental. Instead of 35,825 that we had in activity, it in fact is just it's just $0. And and what that was is actually line 686.010. This is actually an activity line. So
I'm not seeing it on here.
It's in the library revenues. It was in the one right before.
right.
Okay.
And this was just a clerical error. It was not actually, it's not in the proposed budget. It was a clerical error. The line 670.738 room rental, it had shown 30-some thousand. It should be $0. And line 686.010, which is 3 lines below that, should be 59,149 instead of the number it is. It's just to reflect what our actual activity was. That's
59 what?
59,149. So that was
Before
just
that was line number what?
670.738.
And that amount is $0?
That amount's $0. We did not
Okay.
collect any room rental last year due to COVID.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Are those all the changes that you had?
Those are all the ones that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I think I'm okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have Councilman Baydoun. Uh-oh, you're muted. Hold on a minute.
I'm all set, Madam Chair. They were answered. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Any further questions in regards to the last page of our budget?
No.
No.
Okay, Hassan Jamal, do you still have a question? Go ahead, please.
There
you go.
Thank you, everybody. This budget wrap-up process was not necessary to be done this way. On the city, excuse
That's not
me.
the question, sir. We are here to do budget wrap-up the way council chooses to. We've done it this way for 4 years.
You
and beyond
stated,
that.
Madam Chair, that you do it according to the Open Public Act, and that's not correct. You already have your budget published on the city website. I just checked it now, that the public hearing is done on the 11th. You have the public hearing done on the 11th. After that, you don't have to go from what you published. The public made their comments. What you're supposed to do now is taking the changes that the administration did according to the public hearing, and to work with this wrap-up budget based on the latest changes. I'm gonna leave it that way. You can do whatever you want. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we open it up to public comment. You have 2 minutes. I don't think we have a lot of public left, but we do have to offer it. Raise your hand. I see Mr. Drapkowski laughing. Any public comment before we end this meeting?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank
Good
you.
job to all the council members today. I know this was long. Everybody have a
Good
great
job.
night.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. We're done, and we will see you next Tuesday at 6 p.m. to finish off the salaries. Everyone have a good day and a great weekend.